to share on Discord that I am live. Hello, welcome to the stream. Today we are going to try and reverse our serializer so that we can deserialize our reflected serialization. So the idea is that like the long-term goal is that when you make an item in it's like assets items. I want to have like a section here. You could specify like the components that are on the item when it spawns, and the brain switched off. I need it to be able to deserialize the components that you put here. So the idea is at the moment, if we go to our like example, so this is like just a marker component. And then this is an array of 3 components. So you have just a normal struct, just a normal enum, and then an enum, and then an enum. So there's an enum struct and enum tuple. So I want to be able to deserialize this back into a normal thing. Not entirely sure how it's all going to work. The deserialization is always much harder than the serialization because I need to be able to retroactively like look up how to reconstruct it. And the hardest thing in Rust is making a struct without knowing what the struct's type is. Because my thing is the most obvious thing is from reflect, but from what I remember, from reflect does weird shit. Right, I was posting that I'm attempting to make I want to say that Bevy, like, it has like a constraint called like from reflect, which is the ability to like turn a dynamic type back into a solid type. The biggest issue I can see with that is that it runs into some weird cases of like when my wanting to do this is that you don't have to specify it. So the hardest thing is because I could always just make a dynamic struct, but I don't know if the dynamic struct works, if that makes sense, to reinsert, because like I don't think how to explain the concept. So we would want to go like fn serde enum, which is going to work exactly the same as the serialized enum, but instead of testing the weird ass logic of comparing it to a string, so we do we actually never assert that. Why did I do it a second time? Oh, because one's a vector. Right. I need to assert that the vector's the same. Technically that would go into here. Yeah, that's a good point. I never actually do check to see if it worked. That's outside. There we go. Cargo. Can you fix this? There's a way to turn that on so that it runs every time you save, but I don't know how to do it. So we're just gonna make this a test. So the serde test is going to work instead. That we have so it's going to be exactly the same. Where we're going to have a test string, a type register, and we register everything. Then we're going to get our serializer, and then we're going to serialize this. So this is our enum. We serialize that. So you, I guess, need equals, possibly. So test reflect test enum. So this needs eq. Par equal, right? Then we can come down here and we go, instead of doing that, we say serialize this, which will fill this string with the serializer. I then feel like I need to make D, which would be a component D, which we haven't actually made yet. So when we like up here and so mod sir and mod D, like that. But you don't. Not okay. That's interesting. And like pub use. I need to take this and put you in here. Same with you. Oh, there is DSO. Just refactoring a little bit of stuff. Just qualify that so I don't have to worry about bringing in. I guess import that. Qualify that. Like that, I think. Right. So that's the sir. Now you can go pub use sir component sir, and then we would go like pub use D, and then it would be component D. And then we go here, we just like pub struct D. So from what I understand, the DeSerializer is obviously going to take in there's like I think there's a fancy way of doing a file like writer where you can like it has a cursor and stuff like that, so it would allow me to scrub forward and backwards, but I don't actually know how to do that. Unresolved input pub use DD component D. Unclear. Why can you not? Oh, because it's still called DSer. Right. So you do that so in our test. So what we do is then we say D, which is a component D, and then so obviously we're just gonna do this for now and say that component D just is that, and then we say the enum, and then we say impl component D, and then it's gonna be like pub D series this is serialize reflect, so it'd be like deserialize reflect. The hard thing with this is that deserialize has to be like do something, I guess. My thing is like, because obviously like the easy thing to do would be to say that D contains the actual string, and then we'd scrub forward and backwards through the string. But in my brain, I'm like, surely you would pass in the string, like data, and then data would be, so you'd be like T, and you'd be like T, and we would return box dyn reflect. Something like that to do. And then we're going to say where T std that's a core bio read. Oh, it's std read. Okay, that's why I keep getting fucked up by that. Because it's cool, right? So like read, but there's like you can be like read and seek and all sorts of things like this. Read for string because implements read. Something like that. Not entirely sure how, because there's a way like 100% you can have like buffer read. Okay, please note that each call may invoke a system call, and therefore using something that implements buff read, such as buff reader, will be more efficient. Okay, repeated calls to the reader use the same cursor. So, for example, calling read to end twice on a file will only return the contents once. Okay. Maybe. Hopefully, I don't. My issue is I don't know if there's like, does read have seek? That's the trick of that is corrupt. There's read vectored. Honestly, do not know what the difference is. Is read vectored? Don't care. Read to end, read to string, read exact, because I wanted to be able to read, like, even if it's not a string. Read buffer exact, read ref, bytes, chain, right, take, read array. So I don't think there's any way to, because it said call something about calling rewind. First call rewind. Because I think rewind will reset the cursor. But anyway, the idea is that we pass in anything that can be read. That's interesting though, because I'm trying to think, like, the big issue with this is it means that, like, I would have no way of knowing if it's a binary file. So at the moment I only do non-binary files, but like in theory you could modify the serializer so that, like, it doesn't use because at the moment I'm currently, like, you pass it all the way down and then I initiate opaque SERDI. RON, we use RON like here, but there's no reason you couldn't make this part of the info serializer, and so the user could specify a binary format to serialize into instead of RON. So, and the idea will be that, like, the same thing will happen is I'm actually going to walk down until I hit something that's opaque, deserialize the opaque thing, and then walk back up. So, it's interesting because I'm trying to think, like, the issue with T here is that there's no guarantee that T is a string. I mean, technically, I always forced it to encode it as a string, but I guess that's the only thing you can do because string is the only thing you can look up. It's private. Method serious. Okay, first up. It's public. Thank you. So same with you. Public serious. Right. We go back to here. Just make these public for now because I really can't be bothered, like, fixing that stuff. We need to commit this to Git once we get this working. But anyway, so this is the serializer. So this is the DeSerializer. So SERDI. So the test for SERDI is to effectively take it here. We serialize it into the string. We serialize reflect, which will fill this string with the serialized value. Then we assert equal to this. We don't actually care about that. We then want to say don't clear the test string D, and then we don't do this. We say let V equal so, and then we no D, and then we say deserialize. We have you, yes. Wait, why do I not have D? Why do you not implement this? Okay, I don't know why I can't see that. Deserialize reflect. And then we need to pass in, which is going to give us back a boxed reflect. So for some reason, it's just that it's not seeing it. I don't know, it makes sense to me anyway. Then we pass in a reference to test stir. And you're going to complain because I don't think... Have I just like not saved this file? Why the hell do you not see it? Something. Not found a struct. Why are you saying you can't find it? I don't get it. Why is it the candidate is defined in an import for the type? Is it because I bet it's because I don't take in self. Right. If I don't take in a reference to self, I can't call dot. I have to actually call it directly. Okay. So then we say dot deserialize, and then it says you do not have IO read. Interesting. So it's, I guess, not IO read. What is the equivalent then? Like Rust read equivalent for a string. So I have to call like as bytes apparently. Which, no, that's terrible. Don't do that. Cursor. There is apparently an IO thing called cursor. So that's probably what I would want. IO cursor T. Okay, a cursor wraps an in-memory buffer and provides it with a seek implementation. Cursors are used for in-memory buffers, anything implementing as ref to allow them to implement read and or write, allowing these buffers to be used anywhere you might use a reader or writer that does actual I/O. The standard library implements some I/O traits for various types. Cursor vector and cursor. All right. Where T into cursor T. I mean, that should work. Just I seek and read. Maybe. My issue with this is it's saying as ref you wait, but I would actually want an as ref char. Maybe, I don't know. I actually do not know what type I would want it to be, so maybe we should deserialize stir and then just do that, and then go back to here and say that you just have stir, and then this is just stir. I'd want it to be able to read directly from a file, but I don't know how to implement that. There's definitely a way to do it. Like there's some kind of generic implementation that would let me treat a file as a string. That wouldn't require me just to read the file in and then pass it in as a string. But anyway. Type annotation missing. Right, yeah, you don't need T anymore, because, yeah. Right, so we have our data, and we have this. And then so we assert equal that the value that comes out of V, we need to assert that enums dot reflect partial equal. So, and then is it like a reference to V? Something like that. No, it does not implement. As partial reflect. Okay, wait. So we can assert equal that is some true. Now I do want to look up the partial implementation. My thinking is that I'm pretty sure it checks that the types are the same, and then otherwise. So create partial array partial equal. So this is off a T of n, right? Yeah, cool, that's fine. We should just say it passes in itself and the reflected value. So it makes sure that self is an array and that the two lengths of the two arrays are the same, which is fair enough. And then for A, B in array, your zip let equal if let false. So, okay. Maybe. So D is obviously going to need access to some stuff. So D will need access to our repo. So that's going to be type repo. Right, and then we write here and we say, okay, type repo, which is a type registry arc. Okay. So we have our type repo. We're just going to look at serialize because there was something in the module level stuff. So this is how Certi did it, because I think I've still got the Certi correct, which means we're going to look at deserialize and just like, again, in the same way that we effectively worked out what we needed, which is like we need to be able to serialize these different things as in different ways. We need to work out what that will look like for deserialize. So we're going to go to D and we're going to go impl Certi DeSerializer for component D. And then we're just going to get you to implement missing fields. Okay. Really? So you have deserialize any. Okay, so you just appear to be lots of functions. That's interesting. Because I'm kind of thinking I want to do the mirror of the... Okay, that's interesting. So, oh, shit, now I've just got lots of stuff. Okay. So, like the obvious choice, I guess, is to first off make a test. Make this private, public with pub. Right. So, first thing is probably to say that this is not likely to work. There are a half dozen things that we can start with that are going to be much easier. So, not entirely sure how to do this. So this is going to be Certi opaque. Right. So to Certi opaque, the opaque types are. So we can't do it without re-Certiing an enum, maybe. I mean, it's not like it's particularly hard to go. So we need to declare a macro rule, I think. And be like macro rule 30 test. Right, so the 30 test has to take in $, input, which is an expo. Right, so we take in an expression, which will be our declaration. Yeah, that's our expression. It's what we take in. Well, no, not that. I don't know how you take in like just a variable. I don't remember what the types are. Theoretically, we could just use a new string every time. It's that tidying this up. So that's effectively just it. We just take in an expression. And then we say, let mute stir data equals string default. I would like it to reuse the same string, like, but again, it's not likely to actually be slow, so it literally becomes one of those, like, I'd be doing that for performance reasons, for unnecessary, like, testing. So then we want to say, I don't want to have to do this every time, so we want to say, repo, which again is going to be, I think it's an expression. Well, we can just do that, and it's going to tell me an E. What is it to be? I think it's an ident. Because ident is, I think, what like the variables are called. So we can pass in an ident, and we can say something like let sir equal super. Or it just equals this. Right. So we go like that. Except you would be data, and then you would be, yeah, repo.clone. So that gives us our serializer. We then say, serializer expect to be able to serialize. Right. Honestly, I think unwrap is actually better. Just unwrap. Only reason I'm thinking unwrap is better is because unwrap will mean that it will actually tell me what the error was, rather than expect, which is effectively throws out the error and just tells me the message that I said it should be returning. So like it means that if it crashes because it failed to serialize, it won't actually tell me. It'll just say, hey, I expected this to successfully serialize, which for tests is kind of terrible. And anyway, then it works like this, and we say something like, so we say let D equals to this, which then again we pass in repo clone. Then we say let V equals deserialize string, and we pass in a reference to data. And then we say assert equal enum reflect equal V as partial reflect sum true. So then we should be able to come down here and say that we declared the repo. Then we can say 30 test, and then we pass in repo and 2 as an I32, and then 2. Oh wait, it's let T equals expert. Because we need to use $ when we're referencing stuff. All right, $repo, $repo. Sorry, input. Then it's T as reflect, and then T as partial reflect, Apparently D doesn't need to be mutable. That's fine. Thinking, so now you don't need your test string up here. So we want to say like test U32, I32, F32, 2. Now, I'm curious if a string is going to serialize as a string. I don't actually know what this is going to turn into. And then we want to go string from. I actually don't know if I need to do that. I just make it equal to input. Yeah, that should work. Because it replaces whatever was written here and just puts it there. So, okay. So we have 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2. I don't know what other opaques there are. There are a bunch of them. We can find them by, I guess, going to here. No. Okay. Your default. Excuse me? Where are you implemented? Somewhere down here. Okay. So, bool char. So, we're doing use eyes chars. So, these are the only 3 left to effectively test. So, SERDI test in terms of these ones should be opaque. So, it would be 2 repo. I think theoretically you can also do this without needing to have to type repo every time, because if you make it use the word repo, it can effectively pull in the context above, but I don't actually remember how that works, so I'm not going to. So this is char2, and then what we need units, so SERDI test unit. Well, no, it's not test the char unit, it's test the actual object unit repo. And then finally SERDI test was it? It was true. And for the sake of it, test false as well. The idea of testing true and false is that I don't want it to always be like returning all booleans as true, and like it actually needs to be returning the value of them. So you're saying that this can't be done because F32 cannot be equal. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, right. So we come down here and we go, okay. So when I run this test, it should like immediately fail. But it'll give us the trail. So I guess at the top of here we go like mod D opaque. So the main function needs to work out exactly what we're doing. Technically, this could be in the D as well. So this failed on the very first test. It failed on not yet implemented on DeSerializer string. Okay. So technically, I think the DeSerialize info D goes here, which takes in a reference to T, mutable file. I don't think you do that. I think the very first thing we do is we say let C equals cursor from data. No. Okay. Cursor new data. All right. So now we have a cursor into the string. Creates a new cursor wrapping of provided underlying in-memory buffer. Right. So now we have this, which means that you, I believe, will get a mutable reference to the cursor of T. That last save. Right. You don't care about if it's named, and then you need to immutable reference to the type registry. Let D equals, which needs to be mute, which needs to be an info D, which has the property file C, mute C, and a registry which is self.type registry.read. Right. Let R equal self.type registry.read, and then we just give a reference to R. Right. Can't borrow this middleware. That's fine. Fix that. Right. So that should give us our DeSerializer. We then yeah, okay, that's interesting. So I guess we have to go something like d.deserialize. Right. And then you need to deserialize. Okay, so then we like impl info d a t. I guess where t as stir, I think. I don't know how to distinguish that, but anyway, any lifetime. So deserialize takes in mute self and returns a boxed dyn reflect. Right, so now you become the to-do. So we're going to put a little note. So first we have to read the beginning of the file to work out what struct we are trying to read. Now, this does technically mean that theoretically this is incorrect, because you can't know by reading the beginning of the file what it is. That's interesting, actually. So we want to change the serializer, because I actually like the idea, because I originally got rid of it because it was like, oh wait, like it wasn't printing on all of them. But this, to me, actually makes so much sense. It's a little bit weird because I've given them names C, struct, and tuple, but this, it would be like that, which is saying that it's a test enum and it's an array. And then you have no way of knowing the length of the array. So it would always return a list, which is somewhat annoying because of the fact that, like, if you serialize a list, it will return an array, no matter what. No, if you serialize an array, it'll always return a list, which will make them not equal. But that seems like a much smarter way of serializing. So this is a test struct, which is a struct, whereas if it was a square bracket, it would be a test struct array or list. Ooh, okay, that means we would need, I don't think there's enough things. We would need one to be like, this is a test struct map and a test struct set would, or technically, yeah, I feel like these need to be a separate thing. See, here it doesn't matter because it knows, what it is when it puts it in. But here it doesn't know. So I need to modify my serialize array. So when we serialize this and this, so we write this and you write, so the array just serializes a sequence. So this would be where if we wanted to make a distinction, that's what you would do. But we're going to say if self.name honestly, we should make that its own function because we call that so goddamn often. So we have u, and then we're t. Okay, so we're gonna say name, which takes in mute self, and then I mean it still needs to return this, but we need to say like on all the others. Of course, I clicked on like the only ones that don't. No, if fields, yeah, if. What is this? If fields length equals 0, name short path self name equals name. Right. So we're going to say like if self name, write name, self file, type short path name. Okay. So I think we just want to do this. Map error, which would then be a SERDI error, write error. So this is the canonical way to do names. Okay. Ooh. So this needs to be something dynamic because I don't think this comes from a type. That's annoying. Sorry, I can't get to here. What are the other? What do you have? So you have an info, but like the get type registry name. Ooh, okay. I guess this would just be name. Well, you didn't need to be static. You could just pass it a stir. And then it just prints name. Okay. So I want them to have a canonical way of doing naming, but that doesn't really give me a canonical way of doing naming. Anyway, if name, I would have to implement some kind of trait for it. If self dot name self dot named equals true, false. So if it's true, is else. Okay. So the idea with this is mentally trying to work out. So it's just like a shorthand way of saying I don't have to keep remembering to set this variable. So when I call named, I call name. And so instead of being if name name. Okay, so this immediately feels like I should make a trait. Naming. Okay, then we're gonna like pub trait reflect name. Yeah, because I don't think it's a. Well, actually, maybe they will do call type instead of. Right, like if I go in to opaque, opaque doesn't do it. Struct. If info field length. So when we say name ty, the underlying Rust type Yeah, so it doesn't actually do it. So that's annoying. This is has name name, which then returns a stir. It takes in a reference to self. Yeah, okay. And then we want to like import has name for, and then like all the things like struct info. And you like name, and it's like self dot type dot path, short path. All right, so like you can do that, and then we can go back to our name function wherever I put that fucker. That was like on you. So when you call name, you take in impulse has name, and then you say write, and it's name dot name. Right. So this says named is false, and then you return. Okay. So the idea with this, I believe, sequence, is that instead of so this would say self dot name info something like that. So the first thing you do is call, which it's another thing we have to add to. Same thing with you, is self dot name, and then info. Right, these don't have it, which is fine. Let's do again another macro. So macro rule, impl has name, impl info name. So this is going to be a like info, and this is a type, and then this just says import has name for $info fn name self stir self.ty dot short path, something like that. And then we can go down here and go, okay, instead of doing this, and then we go impl has name for struct info, and then we like duplicate, and we go for you and you. Import this. All right, so you should stop bitching. Right, because they're reference. They're references. Wait a second. No, but has name just takes in a reference. Why are you saying that they don't have it? So the trait reference has name is not satisfied. The trait has name is not implemented for reference. What do you mean? First off, name. Wait. So you call name, you pass name, import has name. That's okay, whatever. You can put it on fucking both if you want. I don't know why I can't. It's got something to do with the way that the traits implement things anyway. So we bubble that up. And we bubble that up. Okay. So write sequence, and then so since we put the name, if the name's needed, then we put the square bracket, means that when I go back and run the enum one, again, this is going to fail, I think. No, this one won't. The struct one would. The struct one would fail, this one, because the hash maps and hash sets are unordered, but the enum one should pass. No, it didn't. What did it say? It said not. Oh, because I called the SERDI version. I don't need to call the serialized one. Okay, apparently the serialized one also failed because it said that left, which is the one that it actually printed. Oh, I mean, fair enough. I mean, if that's the type name, then that's the type name. I was concerned about the fact that it wasn't going to have how can you distinguish an array, but that is very distinctly an array and length. Fucking everything, apparently. Well, that's fun. So, like, otherwise it was exactly the same, which is to say struct tuple. It's just that I had the wrong type because I said it was a that. Okay. Well, you can tell the difference between a test type and an array then. All right. That's easy enough. Easy enough indeed. So I do need to modify the rest of these to use the correct layout. So when we say serialize enum, we need to say self.name, and then we pass in info. So that's how we do enums. Maps is the same. So it needs to be self.name info. Sequences, again, self.name info. I guess that's the point. I don't need to know that it's a hash map because I just need to make sure that the type is declared if the type has not been declared. The only one that doesn't is opaque, which again also should probably do self.name and then info. So if type len self.name equals false, why do you do the name identically? So it definitely needs to be like self.name and then info, like that. But then this just needs to, like, we can get rid of the instances where we name things, and then we say if field length is 0, just return, like don't print, like serialize the named fields. And then same with the tuple, it's just like self.name info. And same with a tuple. Ooh, tuple's hard. Well, I guess tuple's not hard because again, it's one of those tuples are tuple. The issue I see with the tuple is, again, it runs into that like self.name info. When we say serialize tuple, we need to check to see if it has a name. As you know, the tuples could be annoying because they're just parentheses and any value, but like again, it becomes that you have to declare what the values are inside. If you're just randomly declaring a tuple, you have to tell me what the tuple is. You can't just randomly declare a tuple and expect me to know what the types inside are. Theoretically, you could get around that a little bit by saying you to then declare the types, but that would be weird. Anyway, we need to then go to, is it named or naming, and go, okay, so we need a whole bunch more. So it's opaque info. Map set, and what else is struct? No, wait, tuple struct, tuple. Oh, I mean tuple info, yeah, sure. And then also tuple struct info. Apparently not. Okay, I'll have to find out what one's still missing. What is the tuple? Maybe tuple struct's different. No, surely not. It is tuple struct info. It's literally called tuple struct info. Why are you complaining? Okay. Oh, it's just that the IDE seems to rank correcting the spelling enum as well. Enum info. I kind of wish it would look ahead and be like, okay, let me correct the spelling on that one. Like if it's already there. So they all do that. They all do this, and then we can say, you go away, you go away, you go away, you go away. So that should let everything compile again. I need to commit this. So Surdy working. No, Sir working. All right. Commit that so I don't fuck this up and have to like restart everything because I broke it. I guess the thing with that one would be to turn these two tests off. Okay, so first up, you come down to here so that I can use the Surdy test and then do the same thing where we get rid of the middle here and we say, well, we kind of need the actual enum thing. We need our value, but it needs to be Surdy test that, comma, repo. So you test the array, but I'd also want you to test Surdy test, just test enum, like C on its own, again with a repo. All right. That should let me do all the stuff I need. So I need to comment these two out and then run all tests. That's a little bit weird that you broke the thing. Primarily commenting those out and running all tests, those will definitely fail. We run all tests. I just want to make sure that the only test that should be failing is the serialized test. Because again, it has sets and sets fail the ordering. Okay, so something else failed, which, oh, all right, because a vector. So test struct failed, which is expected, but the vector also failed. That's fine. The vector also failed because a vector is not a test enum. Right, that's fine. That's fine. Ironically, they appear to be exactly the same length. I don't know if they're physically the same length or if that's that other thing, the kerning. But the fact that those are the only two tests that failed, and technically that is correct for those two to fail. Well, this one isn't fair. Anyway, it's fine. So that does tell me that we should, one, remove the maps from the test struct because they just break the test. So, well, I guess technically the way to make it continue actually working is to say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and then you to be like, ooh, I don't actually know which one would get kept. I'm going to assume the last one, but I don't actually know, is to do this because that does canonically lock in place the shape because it'll only have one entry being 0 and one entry being, I'm assuming 0, 3. I'm assuming this goes in order, but I don't actually know. But that does mean that I can make it canonical. I just need to fix the struct tuple, right? No, the enum, serialized enum. Why can I not open it? Okay. You are the only one that needs to be fixed. I'm getting really annoyed that the formatting keeps getting so fucked up. Why does it keep fucking up the formatting anyway? So we come here and we go here, we go, okay. When you load here, we need to load the test data, but we need to be like, let td equals I guess it's more like test.stir replace to, we replace that with that. And I don't know if you return something, but if you do return something, do you just return a new string? So you do that, but then we also need to assert that assert that test stir dot starts with vec test enum. Right. So it replaces it. We check to make sure it actually does contain the correct thing when you serialize the vector. Then we replace the fake one so we can use our loaded in data. Why are you doing that? Shift tab. This is also shift tab. Okay, anyway. So now when I run this should work. And then we just need to fix the struct. So set should just only contain 0. And probably no comma, because I don't think we do a trailing comma. And then you should be like 0 and I want to say 3, because you should set the last one. So that passes now. And then we can run this test. It's a little bit annoying. I really should just be loading that in at runtime so that I can modify the tests without having to recompile. But anyway, this should pass because we've no, it didn't. Why didn't it? Almost certainly just map 3. What did it reckon it should be? So it said set 0 does not equal. What the hell did you differ in? Where did you differ? So you said that it's all the same except set 0, 0, comma, and oh, because we haven't actually added the entity 0, 1 onto our thing. I still do not understand why it is reporting that it is entity 0, but or entity 1, I mean. It's a struct, and then it's a comma, and then entity 1, and then no spaces. Good. I don't think we get a trailing comma. No trailing comma, which is a little actually disconcerting that there's no trailing comma. Marker is also apparently no longer printing the marker. Why is marker not printing marker? Oh, wait. Oh, I think that's what's going on, is that we need to print the name no matter what. Well, I mean, technically no. It's just acknowledging that marker exists. But marker doesn't actually need to be there. I'm going to still do that, but anyway. We need some kind of indication that actually, yes, in fact, the marker is there, and what the marker actually is as a type would be nice, just for readability. But to fix that, that's another reason it's failing, is because in mine I'm saying that it should say test marker, but it doesn't. So to fix that, this is why you have tests. That explains why I was doing in struct. Right. So self.named equals false. Is it true? Named equals true. Then it calls name, which again, also these are not returning their value. That means that if it's length is 0, we return the name. I'm just going to put a comment here so I don't fucking do that again. If it has no field, it is a marker. We just put its name. Okay, I think that's correct. So now when we go back to our tests and run run all tests. They should all pass now. Now, I should also probably do the same SERDI test, but the issue with the SERDI test is that it's annoying because I have to make the custom things. Yeah, it's fine. I'm curious what the opaques will look like. I guess we should do that. So we're going to say so we want to make like a serialized test. Which does that name conflict with you? Apparently not. Okay, that's good. So you do the same thing where you take in my input. You take in the repo. I'm going to see if I can get rid of the repo. That would be nice, but probably it's not going to work. But anyway, so you take in an expression and a lit res result, which is going to be a literal $sign. Right. So then you work by saying that the T is the input. Then we serialize the reflect, and then we assert EQ data and $sign result. Did I spell that wrong? Result. And then here we're just going to say repo.clone. So you have to have the repo ready, but we should just be able to copy this, paste this, and say serialize. Down here we have one called opaque. Let's call this serialize all because, you know. So then we say like, hey, so register test struct, which I don't think we actually need to do. We're just going to actually just grab the repo because this again should be doing all the opaques. And then we come down here and we go grab this. And I'm effectively just going to go one by one and critique what exactly it comes up with. So first off, we have to go, it's serialize test. You don't say repo. So again, all these, we're just going to go with a blank string. Nope. Serialize test. So they're all just going to say nothing, and then I'm going to assume that you're going to be complaining that, yeah, repo doesn't exist. Cannot find repo. Okay. So again, for making it more consistently doable, we're going to go, it works more like repo, which is an ident, like so. And then at the beginning of every single one of them, we just pass in repo. Are they all going to complain? Because if you go back to being $sign repo. Right. Forward to moved, which is fair enough. You're not actually supposed to be here. Wait a second, was that what they were all complaining about then? Don't tell me that's what they were all complaining about. If I go back to just doing repo, no, okay, so it is explicitly saying cannot find repo in this scope. I feel like there is a way of saying grab it outside of scope, but anyway. So let object, test object, let mute test string. We don't need this or this. So we just need to make the repo and then attempt to serialize all of these, which means when we run this, it should fail immediately because obviously it's not going to work. But I don't actually know what it's going to print because I've never tried serializing it. So, ooh, yeah, that is kind of ugly. So it says I32.2, which I'm going to say is horrendously wrong. So I guess we need to technically, for you only, for opaque only, we serialize the name, which we do need to do. Like if the name needs to be printed, we need to print it. We just need to have like a special case for you, which is going to be like if ooh, okay. So it's going to be like if true, you wrote the name, which means then we need to like write something like self.file. Something like that. Yeah. So that means that name now needs to return a Boolean. No, not serialized, sorry, name. And then you would return okay. So I guess that means we go back to question marking and then we just say, okay, true, and okay, false. So the idea is that we did write the name, so we return true. We didn't write the name, we return false. So then this one was saying, hey, if we did actually write the name, if let, no, it's, oh yeah, here's it is let, yeah, if let, okay. So effectively this is saying, and again, this is another fucking thing I should comment. If we get here and print the name of an opaque type, we need to add to split the value. Right. Okay. So now I actually know what it's going to look like. I should, in theory, be able to guess what the rest of the opaques should look like. We also need to opaque entity. That's another thing we should add to our opaque test list. Well, open entity from bits. I don't know, I think 3. I think that should work. So up here we like test serialize entity from bits 3, and then also serialize test. Placeholder. I am still very unclear why the placeholder one from index entity index. When you say from index, like I do not understand, because you just grab the index out. You just literally rip the index out, which is entity index, which is a non-max U32. So why the hell is the non-max U32 1 when it literally is U32 max minus 1? Okay, I don't understand why you would be printing 1, but anyway. So you should say I32 2. You should say U32 2. You should say F32 2.0. I assume, I don't actually know what you'll say. You should say string sorry, escape character 2. you should say 2. Char 2? I don't actually know if that's going to work, but anyway, you should say, I don't know if it's going to say unit or it's going to say, probably going to say something like that. I'm going to say bool true. We'll see how well I got this. Bool false. This is going to say entity 3, and for some reason this is going to say entity 1. Again, no idea why it says 1, but that is the result that it got. I'm pretty sure when I give it to this thing, unless I fucked up here and said when I do the default, I say entity placeholder. Why is the placeholder entity 1? Maybe it's when I serialize it. Anyway, it failed somewhere, which is kind of to be expected because the odds that I got all of them right. Something called unwrap, type not registered, stir. Okay. That's interesting. So where did you actually get to say type not registered stir? Well, that's the issue, isn't it? You panicked inside the macro, which means you panicked inside of the reflect, which means you don't panic all the way up. Okay. Well, as I mean, the stack trace will tell us. So we called once, we called serialize opaque. So it actually did get to serialize opaque. So the fun thing about serializing opaque is that apparently we don't have type not registered. Well, it's not that the type's not registered. Right, maybe. We need to go into serialize opaque, wherever the fuck else. So d opaque. So in here, we return a opaque not certi get type registry. Wait. So you got here, right? You got to serialize opaque. No, that's test serialize opaque, which came from serialize opaque closure. Okay. So it's you. When you call serialize reflect, you said type not registered. But where exactly did you call type not registered? So that has serialize. But it's like up here. You okay. Very weird that your implementation is above you. I don't like that, but anyway. Paste this down here. Why are you doing this? Question. Okay, so hub from serialize reflect. The very first thing you do is say, hey, it is dynamic. Okay, so then we get to here and we say register self.type repo.read register.get. Okay, the question, because obviously the string can be turned into a reflect, so it has reflect, it's just not registered. Reflect type info. Get registered type info. Returns type information of the type representing this value. For most types, this is will simply return its own type. However, for dynamic types, as instructed, this will return the type they represent, or none if they don't represent any particular type. Get represented, okay, versus get type. What's info? Reflect type information. So I'm assuming this reflect type information. So can we I just print type information in the display. Yeah, okay. So my assumption is that this is going to be since it's always valid, dynamic shit will hit this and bounce off. But interestingly enough, the other thing would actually be the correct thing to do. So reflect type information will get me the wrong thing. It's represented type information, which is a separate thing entirely. Okay, that's interesting. So sorry, we need to go back to here. We need to rerun the opaque test. Because it seems to work on effectively everything. We probably should put either string at the top because we're debugging that one specifically, or we should put string at the bottom so we can make sure that all the others work first. But what I'm thinking is I need to specifically, explicitly... Okay, so it says type I32, so your type, you actually do get that, which is interesting because it implies explicitly that we're rejecting dynamic. You go to, so it's not info, it's the main module here. Okay, this cannot fail. Correct? Oh, don't question mark it up because you literally cannot fail. And then you just call type information, which means you don't need that. I'll leave it like this for now. Okay. I should probably call this something like ambiguous, but instead of named. Serialize. So when we say new, let's get rid of named. And then named is just true. Because the idea is that, like, you don't specify it. If you say it's new, then we have to at some point declare its name, and that should be the very first thing that we do. All right. Yeah, and because we're recursively doing it. Okay, cool. So this should result in, I guess, you working, because what it's saying is it's not registered, but because apparently you implement reflect, you actually do have the data. It's just not in the type registry by default, which is fun. So if I do this, it should get all the way, but it shouldn't be able to find it in the type registry for doing reflection. Like it should still fail. Also 100%. The string 2 should be here. So let's just see. It is still failing at the same point, correct? It says something about unwrapping opaque, not SIRD. That's exactly what I was expecting. All right, so I'm going to put you all the way down here. My question is, do I bother putting an explicit exception? Because the hardest, most obnoxious thing about all of this is that it is not actually possible. It appears that you do actually, in fact, wrap it in a char. So it's. I need to make it impossible to serialize a reference to a string, because if you can serialize a reference to a string, like as if you pass in a static string, I can't get that static string back. So you like theoretically should not be allowed to point at a static string, because pointing at a static string will cause issues. All right, excuse me, but how did you end up doing this? Okay, apparently. Okay, now it's like, do I explicitly make a unit have its own custom case for the fact that fucking unit does that, where apparently it must be being treated as a it's being treated as a tuple. A unit is apparently a tuple, because that's why it printed the name and then it opened the tuple, which is empty. Which, I mean, it's fine, but it's just a bit weird. So what it's saying, so opaque, not certi, Bevy, ECS, entity. Right. That does make a lot of sense. We need to let mute r equals repo.write r.register entity repo drop r. We have to actually register entity for it to work. Because it worked down here, which implies that it's 100% serializable. It's just that I wasn't actually registering it. Which, I mean, technically it's the same thing that I'm doing with the reference to a string, but the issue with the reference to a string is I feel like it needs an explicit rule. So we get all the way to the bottom and we just basically say opaque is not serializable. Like you cannot serialize a string. And I'm kind of thinking that is the correct answer. If you try to serialize this, I can't deserialize it because I can't give you back a static string. I could serialize it, but I have to give it back to you as a string. And if I give it back to you as a string, it won't work. Like theoretically, but every time you recompile, it'd be different. I could make it return a pointer to where in the binary the fucking string, the static string is, but that seems stupid. And lifetimes are not lifetimes, which means that would cause all sorts of issues. So we just assert equal result, but right. We don't really want to unwrap that. Well, I guess we can. We can say if instead of passing in a literal, you pass in a an expression. An expression? Might be a TT or something. We say well, actually, I think I can literally say if you pass in like OK expression. Is that like a thing that you can? Well, there's definitely a way you can do it. I don't remember how. Well, it would never be OKB error. Missing fragment. I don't think I can do this. There's a way to do this. Oh, wait. Is it like... So what that's saying is you can either pass in a literal or you can pass in error and then the error you expect, which for this particular case is opaque, not serialized, which is because again, it's the only time you'd ever get this if you're trying to serialize it like a literal like reference to a string, and it's basically saying that you can't fucking do that. No, it's like super certi error. So it's saying that if you try to serialize the string, the static string 2, you get an error that you can't serialize a reference to a string because it's literally not able to be done. Now, how are you hitting this? Because certi error apparently does not equal. Okay. If let Panic. Past when should dollar sign. Does that actually work? I don't think that works. Arbitrary expressions are allowed to be patterns. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, I can say pattern, like, can't I? There's actually a thing I can do, like. Like match. Well, no, wait. It's if you get to here. Yeah, you need to else, yeah. Failed to match pattern. Annoyingly, I can't actually say what the pattern was, but that's fine. You should pass all of these because you should hit this pattern. Yeah, okay. So now do all the tests pass? Yes, okay. So we can commit this and say, made tests better. Alright, so now we cover like a hell of a lot more ground with our tests. We test all the opaques that are like intrinsic built-in opaques. We explicitly panic on references to strings because even though they are reflectable, they are not serializable because there's no way to get them back. You can't unreflect the string if it's a static string. I mean, maybe you could, again, because if it's but once you've compiled it, you can only serialize and then deserialize. You like I would need to do something fancy like keep a pointer, then do some unsafe checks to assert that the other end of that pointer is actually the string that is written next to it, so that like if you go between compiles, it still works. I mean, the other option is to leak memory, and honestly, I feel like leaking memory is just a silly way of going about it. Anyway, let's run this test and go, hey, do you fail? You should fail because I don't think I've implemented any of the deserialization logic that I would need for you to pass. But I'm just curious where you fail. Okay, so you get to somewhere and then you say, hey, not implemented yet. So you get to here. Right. So read the begging. Read the start of this. Right. So here's the annoying part. I need to find the first stop character. So if we do this, so square bracket can't be the first stop character. Like opening square bracket, because if it's an array, it'll hit it. Test marker. So test. So so we're gonna say like we're gonna add a thing to you that's called like pub. Oh, sorry, on a new line. find name, which takes in mute interestingly, like I want to pass it in like a copy of the cursor. Right, like find name, and then you just return a index. So I guess a view size, maybe. Maybe. I feel like you should return like a string that has a length of yourself, maybe. Maybe. I'm unclear because like if I say like self dot file dot get ref, I can do that, and in this particular case we can as ref as a string, so we know that what it will return is a string. And then we can I guess. Get as a reference. I'm going to make you return a stir. We select to do. Right. Then we go like let. I think it's like 4. C in st. Well, it's like char and probably like iron char, and then dot. Okay. Why does get ref? Oh, get ref. Okay, no, as. Wait, so get ref's just a function to you, and we're saying that t. Okay, as ref. There. Okay, so we have to get the cursor's internal key, a reference to that, and then we as ref that into a string, and then we say u dot char indices, which apparently, yep, okay, that does exactly what I wanted to do. And then we do this. Right. So we can be lazy and be like, let mute stack equals vec new. Okay. Match char. So it's like if it opens, because I don't think you're allowed to close inside of a open thing. Like I don't think it's valid syntax to go like u and then close u and then close u. Like that is invalid syntax. So find name. Well, I guess this should maybe return a result. But anyway. You return a string or a I guess we should go into our error and have a make a new one. Honestly, I actually don't care. So is dynamic I don't think is dynamics even possible to have when you're deserializing. You're definitely kind of a write error. Opaque not SERD is definitely something that can happen. Path error string. Path error. Maybe? I don't know. And not full reflect. I'm sure that will probably come. So you're not SERD error. You are a D error. And then you return a D error. Like that. Right. So, or you... I think that's it, though, I want to say. Like, the only options are you or you, for, like, in terms of names. I don't think Rust would let you have a type name. I mean, technically, that could also be a type name closer. Okay, and then we say stack.push char continue. Right. And then if that or that or that, if stack dot last equals some char stack dot pop continue. Is that not how you do that? Oh, anyway, you need that fucking arrow, that's why. Oh, why do I keep trying to save this? Right. And there's like underscore, and we'll do nothing. Right, so if opening symbol brack. If opening brace, push on nest stack. If close brace, if close brace and matches pop. Off nest. Okay. So the trick is that these all push onto the stack. Alright, so something like if stack dot len is greater than 0, which means that you actually just need to be your own thing. I don't think we even care about you, because literally we just need to go like, hey, if you hit this, or you hit this, and the stack's length is greater than 0, it means that like we're currently in a nesting, push onto the stack. If you hit the close of this, and it's the last thing on the list, pop it off the stack. So basically, if we're closing them, pop them off. Then we just need like a final rule, which I guess is before we match. Wait, we can do it here, and I does not equal 0. So I guess the first thing we should also like trim this. Right, so we have to trim this for a very important reason. What is it? So basically the idea is if you put a space at the beginning, then I wouldn't be equal to 0. And I'm basically saying, hey, if it starts with a square bracket or an opening bracket, you haven't declared the type yet. We haven't found a name, so you have to push that onto the stack because it's possible to start a name with square bracket. If we go to our like tests. Makes sense. It's like this. This starts with a square bracket. So basically what's going is if you get to here and it's a square bracket or an opening bracket because the tuple's the same. Tuple apparently one. Unit looks like this. So if you get to here and it's like, oh, it's an opening brace, that means we're about to start a tuple. You go, oh, actually, no, because we're at index 0, so we haven't declared the type, which means we haven't picked the tuple yet. Like we don't know what the type is, so this must be part of the name. So then it continues and it goes, oh, I've closed it, so we're no longer nested at all. And then it gets to here and goes, oh, I've opened it and it's not the very first thing I've done, and there's nothing on the stack. So the nest is complete, and this isn't the last thing I've done. This must be the start of a thing. So that makes this the name. Same thing here. We go, oh, we've opened. This must be the start of data, except we're in the first position, so it's not. And then you go, you hit close. You go, okay, we've closed. And then you hit this and you go, open. Okay. We have nothing, we're not inside a nest, which means that this must be the start of the data because it's a indicator when we're not nested. Like it, in theory, is not valid to do something like this. This would be invalid because you get to here and you say, hey, the data starts, the data ends, and then I guess this would be a new name. Right, you couldn't, there is no valid situation where you would do something like this because that's saying that this ends, this starts. This is not a valid Rust type. This is not a valid Rust type. Is my assumption. I guess that's why we do tests, because there may be a situation like this is kind of a little bit weird that can happen. But anyway. Oh, we also need to check to see, yeah, so that's why we're not doing the square braces. No, I think we do need to do sets. These are the only ways to start the data. But if we don't keep track of the square braces, I think that could cause, well, not square braces, the angle brackets. Because theoretically, test, should I do insert? No, test. This would be, because you'd hit here, you hit here. But I guess it's not possible to, no, but it is possible to do like this. Yeah, so you do need to track that because it's possible to be within a nested angle brace. I don't think it's a valid Rust name to start with an angle brace, but effectively the logic doesn't change, and so like why bother fucking with it, like if it's going to work in all situations. So DeSerialize, find the name. So yeah, we need to say that it's also on curly brace on angle braces, and again if you hit the a closing angle brace. I am thinking that you should probably throw an error. Actually, it's not and, it's or. It's if the stack has, if we're in a nest, or the index equals and or the index equals 0. If the index is equal to 0, throw it here. Then you have the same condition again. I guess actually it'd probably be smarter to do it the other way. Say, if you hit any of these shapes, if opening brace, push it on the nested stack, if closing brace, and matches last open, pop off nest. So then we can go up here and we can say, if you this, if I does not equal 1 does not equal 0 and stack dot is empty. Because then none of my data starts with angle braces, which means we can trim that down and say these are the only two conditions. So this is if we need to make this comment. If hit open brace and stack is empty and not the very first char, we have found the end of the name and just open the data. Ooh. Not. Okay, so I guess technically we should probably like not continue on these ones because we're going to return when we hit this. So this is and not first, because what I just realized here is that we effectively need to return the name, because if we trim white space off and then we return, I was going to use the length of the name to know like how far to skip the cursor forward. So the idea is that we say, hey, if the stack is empty and it's not first. I guess the other option would be to put something in the stack, so just like not have it. But it'd be after the match. We have to do it here. First equals false. We'd make you mutable. Right. The first equals false. I'm trying to think why I'm doing it like this. My brain is saying that this is the way to do it. It has to be inside the loop. Thank you. So we say that first equals true. And then if you get to here, first equals false, because that means we don't have to worry about, like, if we push something on to the stack, setting first to false. Anything that doesn't trigger the end. And then you would do something like if char dot is white space, continue. So therefore, any leading white space gets got rid of. And then when you get to here, we are going to return OK. And it's going to be stir substring dot I. So we need to return a reference to. And so going to I makes sense because we can literally only get here when we hit an opening one, which means that I is guaranteed to be the opening, which means that even though we're going to stop one before I, stopping one before I is stopping here. So like again, if we go to our example, a lot of this is just trying to mimic it out in my head. So basically the idea is if we come to here and we say, oh, we hit this first one. So, well, this is the first character. So we ignore it. Then we go closed. And then we hit this one and we go, oh, okay, we're going to return the substring that is from 0, from the start of the file to here. Because it's this -1, like it's to this index, so it stops here. Or that range, not inclusive. So that's what it will return. And then we can use that to skip that many bytes in the thing. Otherwise we have to return how many bytes we did, because if we trim the white space, then like the white space has been trimmed. Otherwise you return error, the error. Ooh, actually it's not. Well, I guess technically it is, because I don't think like, because it's anything that can end the straight, which is if you hit this is also ending the data. It's saying like from here onward it's data. But my concern with that is it's definitely 100% possible for a name to include colons. But they would be nested? Maybe. Maybe not, though. Possibly, though. I think they would be considered nested because the only way you'd ever get a colon, because I'm always using the short name, is if the name was part of a larger name, like a larger type, and that would mean, yeah, okay. Because this is how I deal with the fact that like the really short ones don't include that. That should work. Right. So this is a no type provided. This one is going to return no type found in file. No type found at no type data found. No type data pair found at start of file. See, the issue with this, I want to return, we should name this one and be all like, no type found. And it's like, start, usize. And usize. So my thinking is that I can map that as I go up in that no type found, and then the start for u is 0 because this function will always presume it's at the beginning of a file, but like technically you could say find name anyway. and then it's your job to say how far into the file you were when you decided that you wanted the name. So it says no type found. Start 0, end is str.length. Right, so then it's your job to say that actually like you were further into that file. So you get to here, I'm going to say let name equal question mark. Wow, equals self dot find name. Interesting. Ah, you have to return a result. Sorry, yeah, that is a very big oversight that you don't return a result. D error. Okay, so because I don't want it to return the actual string that it was looking in, because otherwise then it gets a lifetime and then you fucking have to carry that lifetime all over the place because you're like holding a reference to that string. So when we call DeSerializer new, you return a box result, which is I guess the same result as when you just say that this has to return a result because it's not guaranteed to actually successfully deserialize. So we have a deserialize error. So when you say find name and you get to here, then we're just going to say to do use type regis to deserialize name. All right. So now when I run my tests, except that apparently this is broken now, but that's because I believe that the 30 test doesn't actually expect it to return nothing, which is because V here, and then we can go unwrap. Right. Because now, like, again, we want it to panic if it hits them. When we do this, it should say that it's going to try and deserialize I32. The hardest bit's going to be fucking around getting all these names right. Anyway, okay, not yet implemented. Use type registry to deserialize I32. Yes. Okay, so we go here and we say let This is why you need a fucking lifetime. All right, apparently deserialize error, the little shit. This needs, I guess this is why, like even with 30 it does it as well, which is you need like a lifetime DE. And then when we say this, it's actually not static. These have to actually, so when you serialize it's static because I have access to the actual fucking names. I mean, the other option is to return a fucking cow. No, because the cow has the same issue where it still needs to turn into a string, so I might as well just return a string. So I don't know. So let's do this. And go, hey, are you going to complain that this doesn't have a lifetime declared, or am I able to get away with that? I'm assuming you're going to get away with it. Lifetime may not live long enough. Okay, so we need to say that when we import this, because you use the data, this has a lifetime DE, because the actual you don't care about how long the data lives. You live for DE, and then you return an error that is also that lives for DE. So you're saying that this may not live long enough because when you call serialize here, this cursor the answer is fuck you. Do you return this, which means that I think we can have like a lifetime DE and then DE. And we say that this has to live for at least as long as this does. So find name, lifetime may not live long enough. No, it requires that to live for DE. So the trick here is that you only live as long as this function lives. When I call DeSerialize on you, See, this all knows it's right. It's you. You don't. When you say find name, you're saying that the name that you find in here, T as ref. I don't think I specify lifetime on that. This might be outside of my scope of understanding lifetimes. The lifetime may not live long enough. Because you're saying when you call this, you return a string. Well, I mean, that... Oh, okay. So it wasn't actually the string that it's returning that it was complaining about. It was literally that this error didn't necessarily return the lifetime it was expecting. All right. So we can say like let let sum type equal self dot registry dot get type get. We need the type ID. Get by short type path, and then the short path is name. Otherwise, I should check. I think there's a way you can check to see if it has a name, a short name conflict, and that should be its own kind of return. So this D error type not registered type. Okay. Okay, or error, and it's deref error type not registered name. Mismatch type in for result. Right. So question mark. And we don't need to do the let sum. We just okay. So you're saying that this may not live long enough because this name may not live long enough. I don't think I can specify a lifetime on the cursor. Cursor just owns T. You need to reference A of T. No. Right. So you're saying you're doing... I mean, I can make you A. They're saying the lifetime of this must outlive the E. I know I can do this. So it's you need a lifetime of A, and the string has a lifetime of DE. Right. I guess you get a lifetime of 1. So then the function coming in here is saying that we need to say that you are like we need A as well. So there's DE and there's A. And so we're going to say that you actually live for A. And DE outlives A. No. Because that's the annoying thing. If you say that, hey, like it used to be asref t, and I'm saying that t is a string, but there's no way to specify that t needs to live a certain length. There's definitely a way to do this. I can't picture it. Maybe it's that A needs to outlive DE. No. The self.find. You're saying that self needs to outlive this. Then when we call this, so the reference to u needs to live for at least A. Did I work it out? No. I fixed this because it's saying that now I can return this because I've said that self needs to live longer than DE. And you take in self and return DE. But then there's no guarantee that your return, which is cursor DE, Interesting. I mean, there's also like, maybe just don't label that. So you're saying that this doesn't live long enough. I mean, we could say that D is actually here, and that DE, we still need like A. Can I anonymize your type? Okay, so A outlives DE. I don't know if I can do it this way. Where A outlives DE. I mean, kind of working, but again, it's got this issue that it's saying that this doesn't live long enough, and it's basically just because it can't work out. Well, we don't care about self, so putting like a lifetime on self is not going to do shit. So you do this, and then we call DE, and then we say, okay, what the fuck are you returning? Like, what is this type? Okay. C does not live long enough. Borrow value does not live long enough. That's very annoying. It's because you're not the cursor yourself. Like, My assumption is also you can just have C. Like, there's no once we wrap it in a cursor. You can just have the cursor. That kind of works, and it's saying R does not live long enough. R value does not live long enough. A. You're saying the value we give to A here is different. So I don't know if I care about the lifetime here, but anyway. So R, read, and then R, and then we say DeSerialize. So the lifetime of person to U is DE, which is this lifetime here. DE does not live long enough. So you call D. I'm thinking it's because these functions have lifetimes and the function lifetimes are like in a smaller scope. So the compiler cannot reason far enough ahead to know that it does not need this lifetime to live longer. Can I do this and say that this this is very incorrect. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why you. Okay, it's probably got something to do with this. And this bit. Alright, so we need to say that A. Yes, that would cause problems because I'm saying here that this needs to outlive this. But here we've said that this gets returned, which means that this doesn't. This lives long enough, it gets to here, but then once you've called this no longer applies. Okay, so can we go back to like just making you anonymous then? No, that's just A. Still works. It's effectively I just can't say that what this thing's lifetime is at any point. Get rid of this entirely. As type mutable 1. Yeah, I can't reason about it. Oh, this is stupid. Okay, well, the answer to this is don't give a fuck about efficiency right now. Please return string. There's definitely a way to do it. It just means that like I need to somehow, I guess, know that it's a string and then only return when it's a like, because I know that the string that this thing is pointing to lives longer than this stuff, but I don't know how to tell the compiler that the string that this thing points to lives longer without it causing some kind of like weird recursion loop where it's effectively going, I don't know how long this thing could possibly live for. If we get rid of the cursor, this doesn't need to be mutable. We can just go here and say cursor new. C. Not data through. Right. Also, again, this might have even fixed my issue, is that I'm effectively saying that these functions work as long as whatever the cursor is pointing to can be referenced as a string. Whereas if I said that it is a cursor to a string, it'd be different. Anyway, to string. Right. So now we get type registration. We say, hey, get or short. Okay. So I think there's like a self.registry. We're back on track now. Is ambiguous. Name. If return the error is ambiguous. Ambiguous type. Name dot string. Right. So we go like error type zero is big with multiple other types. This is not currently I mean, theoretically they might actually be, because again, I use get short name. I get returns a reference to the given short name if the short path is ambiguous or if no type path was given, has been registered, returns none. Okay. So return error. Type is ambiguous. Like, because theoretically I could go, hey, if type is ambiguous, I'll else do this, and then you could do like the long name, because I think the short name specifically says self short path to ID, get short path, and then ID self register get ID. So the long name get with type path. So you specifically have to check if it's ambiguous and then try the long name. So you could try both. Try the short name. If that fails, try the long name and then bail out. But I'm just going to bail out if it's ambiguous. Don't even bother. Try type registry. Okay, and it says this, and then you say use type registry to deserialize. Okay, so we can just say self. We have mutable self. Right. Self file into inner. So when I call get ref, I assume get ref doesn't just give me the no, it literally does. It just gives me the inner. So that's annoying because we know that this file. Okay, so new equals self dot file dot position plus name dot when. As U64, thank you. And then we say self dot file dot set position. All right, because this is for like reading. Yeah, no. Cannot mutate self dot file immutable because it's borrowed as immutable borrow occurs here. Where the fuck is mutable borrow? Excuse me, that is not what I meant when I said show me the fucking. No, mutable. Right, to find name. Well, once we've got the name, we can drop name. That's what's going wrong. Now we say type registry dot type info dot type. Okay. So it was saying it couldn't do it because we were accessing the name after, so we were trying to reposition it after we were, and then we tried to use the name again, which is saying, you can't do that because you're mutating it, even though it doesn't actually fucking do anything. Because, yeah, moving it doesn't actually change the underlying position. It just, it's only when you read, I guess. So let's find name. It is kind of interesting. Okay, so I feel like the cursor might be the wrong thing. Like, is there a buffered cursor? Because it's really pointing at the buffer, but I need it to be able to accept files, which makes cursor wrong because cursor's saying internal buffer. So it shouldn't really be a cursor T. It should just be T. And then U specifically don't have a type. That makes you cursor T. And then it's saying I can't call DeSerialize. So T needs to be a cursor. This is saying when T is a cursor to a reference to stir. I guess you need to live for D. Maybe. Oh, wait, no, it would go here. Sorry. So it's T, where T is as ref stir, but then it's T, where T is a cursor of T. There we go. So now we're not explicitly stating that it needs to be a cursor. We could pass in a file, and then these functions are specifically working on a cursor, that cursor to a string. All right. I mean, again, the name would be a string, but anyway, we're going to go impl. I don't actually use D anyway. Impl T needs to do something. Yeah, don't care about the lifetime. T. T needs to do some kind of behavior to let us the deserialize shit is the issue. Like it needs to be something like where T is read. And then we can be like pub from Yeah, that's interesting. So FM get type. Type registration. The error. I'm going to basically rewrite this, but in a way that doesn't touch the file, I guess. To do. So, is there a buffered read? Like buff read's like a completely different thing, which is kind of fun. Is a type of reader which has an internal allowing to be performed to perform extra ways of reading. So effectively it would be the same. We did the same thing, more or less. Except instead of checking let mute first stop. There's a stack in here. You want to say like self dot file dot read. Read array. Borrowed cursor. Pull some bytes from this source into the specified buffer. This is equivalent to read method, except that it is passed a borrowed cursor rather than a UA to allow use with uninitialized buffers. The new data will be applied to any existing content. What? I really don't want to. First off, you can tell me that rewind did not. Yeah, okay. But that's it's explicitly told me. For example, reading line by line is inefficient without using a buffer. So if you want to read by line, you need. Okay. Example. Okay, sure. But it says about read that you want to call rewind when you know. Is that like something you can just only do on a file? Like, why does it tell me that rewind is a thing? Yeah, but where does this come from? Rewind. Seek. Okay, so rewind comes from seek. So it needs read plus seek. I assume. Like it doesn't actually really need seek, but anyway. Yeah, rewind seek equivalent. Okay, but does that mean that I can say stream position? Because that's what seek does. So seek from start end current. Rewind and seek start. Yeah, okay. Stream position. Seek current. Seek to an offset in bytes in the stream. The seek behavior is defined by the implementation. If the seek operation completes actually returns the new position from the start of the stream, this position can be used later with seek start error. Seek can fail, for example, because it might invoke flushing of buffer. Okay. All right, we're gonna be like let new start equals self dot file dot stream position. Now, annoyingly, to work out where the stream is, because it fucking seeks, to do that, you actually need mutable. You cannot just read the file's position. Which is so stupid. Well, I guess we effectively get to remove that. Okay. Can I just say read error, which is from std io read error std io error. So we get the same position, or we return an IO error, we get the stack, and it goes. So the annoying thing is Please note that calling read may invoke system calls, therefore using something that implements buff read, such as a buff reader, will be more efficient. So can I say buffered read? I'm assuming that gives me all the access to read stuff. It just guarantees that it can actually read it. Like let. So there's a string. No. So if okay. So right, this is read 0. Interesting. All right. I guess we can just read 256 bytes at a time. So it's 0, 256. And then it's like self. Let. I'm really struggling to make this so that it doesn't just do shit on its own. I don't know. Stop. Make this more. Need more space on the screen. We'll put this here. You do this. Okay. So we say for in next dot r dot iter dot enumerate. Into iter dot enumerate. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that's actually allowed. It seems to allow it. If char is white space, the logic's all exactly the same. You don't return to do anymore. You return this. Not found. It's not string.len. It's just streamline. Returns the length of the stream in bytes. The default implementation uses up to 3 seek operations. If this method returns successfully, the seek position is unchanged, i.e. the position before calling this method is the same as afterwards. However, if this method returns an error, the seek position is unspecified. If you need to obtain the length of many streams and you don't care about the seek position afterwards, you can reduce the number of seek operations by simply calling seek from end 0 and then using the return value. It is also the stream's length. Okay. Hey. I honestly don't know what I'm doing at this point. So we try to get the type. So we get the starting position, which I actually don't think we care about because we can literally just seek to -1. So I'm going to say, fuck that off. We go, okay. We get the stack. We determine if it's the first iteration. We get what our name is. We go. This is our buffer for next. We then read the next 256 bytes. If r equals 0, red equals 0, red plus equals r. So return this, please. All right, so if we read 0 bytes, that means we're at the end of the file because that's how it tells you that you've reached the end of the file. Yeah, if true. So this is the end of the file. We then update the number. If we're not at the end of the file, we update the number of bytes that we've read to R. For one, so for every byte, we convert it to a char. If it's white space, we continue. Otherwise, we match the char. You return. All right, so I'm going to say you break. We're going to say self dot file dot seek from current, and we need to seek back R, which is the number of bytes we read, minus I. Well, I guess it'd be I, so 0 minus R. Except both of these need to be as I64, as I64. So that is, if it reads 1 byte, we'd be on byte 0, if we hit this condition, we seek back 0 minus 1, so we go back to -1. Sorry, not you. Then we break. And once we break out of this loop, I don't fucking even know what I'm doing at this point. Anyway, so we're gonna break scan. The idea is, so we keep going through chunks of 256 bytes at a time. We run the same rule as we did before. And the idea is, this is the only way to get to not found, is to get, you either hit an error in the IO, or you read 0, which means that we got to the end of the file and we didn't succeed. Which means if you get to here, we're just going to panic found name name. And I'm going to see if this is going to work, because the idea is that we can probably say get rid of get type. This should work because this should implement read buffer, which means we should be able to call get type. Apparently not. The following trait bounds were not satisfied. See as ref, which is required. Okay. Wow, we just found the type registry on its own. So that implies that I get to get rid of all of this shit. Sudo add deserialize for sorry, what? You don't even want to display this. Yes. So you then go like, hey, self.registry is ambiguous name. Well, I guess if we're already making the name, you just return name, which is then C, which then, ooh, okay. Again, everything else, I was gonna push it here, but it actually like is, it's much more obviously like name dot push char, and then when you get to here, we seek back one, and we also say name dot pop, because by this point we've already pushed the invalid character onto the name, so we need to pop that back off. Right. Then we get the type registry for the name. Otherwise, we just, again, we return just the name, because we don't have to keep converting it to a string. You need to be a reference. All right, and then use type registry to deserialize, and then type registry. So I guess you don't even need to do the question mark or anything. You just return that, and that means that it will now work on anything, even if it's not a string. I just happen to make it work on a string. I think this is like really stupid. Anyway. Okay, so what did we say? Not yet implemented. Add deserialize for type opaque I32. Right. So now we need to implement a D opaque. Okay, so that's going to be impl super info D A T. I don't know what T is, but T needs to be read. That's it. That's all T really needs is to be read. Okay. Well, see, at this point, it doesn't even matter. Like, this is. I feel like it's just use read. It's saying it would be inefficient, but like. The issue is that it's extra work to make sure it does work. It's the same as like this deserialize, I believe, has to be called in here. Because that's all you do is we'll get that type. Now, technically, opaque is going to be the only one that says that it needs to be able to deref into a string, and even then it doesn't actually need to deref into a string because it's like a serialization thing. So read the state of the file. Read the state of the file to work out what struct we are trying to read. Okay. Then we have your type registration. Deserialize. Deserialize opaque. All right. Which takes in mute self because it needs to be able to move the file pointer around. And it needs to return a result. Box. Find reflect. And a D error. Like so. So we need to say that you take in info. Is peak something I can do? Read from I want to say there's like a peakable thing. Like it's like an actual. Yeah, so it's an iterator thing. God damn it. It's so annoying. So this is a reference to an opaque info, which says match that. So this is to do. So you need to deserialize that. Reg. Why can I not spell? Okay. I think we just match that, which means that I guess you just do this then. So we don't actually need the info. You get to here, and then they're all to-dos, which means that we can effectively make each of these return itself, which is to say when we do opaque, we call self.deserialize. Opaque. We're missing an argument, which is to say that that's the opaque info. So I guess we get to that and we say, hey, opaque info. So we need to extract all the related information. The issue is if it's a opaque, well, it should already know if it's a struct or not, and like an array or not. So this like seek back is actually technically redundant because we'd want to clip this off anyway. Okay. So like if we, well, yeah, we pop out the name, but if we don't, oh no, we do need to seek back this. We need to seek back this amount, because if we read more than a certain amount of bytes, we're too far ahead. Yeah, so that's fine, because that should just seek us back to before we start, which means that can I just, when we get to here, be all like, extract from blob, which takes in itself. And then return the result. I don't like that's going to return a string. That's a bit icky. Anyway. Alright. So you do that. Build error. And then can I do turn into info dot type dot shortcut. Right, we have to turn data into that, and then we go to here, when we go extract blob, it's the same logic as last time. It's just so annoying because all I want to do is be able to peek one fucking byte ahead. That mute. Let mute data equals spring new. buffer equals, again, we're going to like read 256 bytes at a time. So 0 to 56. And again, we need to say like while self dot file dot read. This also means that it doesn't support non-ASCII characters, which is annoying, but anyway. If equals 0, return d error God, my brain is cooked. End of file. Right. Well, it's a little bit annoying. Well, true then. Let buffer equal to R, and then you. Then what to do? So you're gonna be like 4 B in buff dot R. That enumerate, I think is how I do it. Okay. But I need to look at the data and be like, okay, so in you really fucked up. You basically keep going until you get a comma, because the comma is the way of indicating that you've put the data in. Like int, comma. So we hit the curly brace and we go, hey, the start of the data. And then I say, hey, so this would then go, hey, extract this until you get to, well, like here. And that would be all of your data. And then we get to you. So when I get to you, theoretically, this should all be consumed, and then it should consume that until you get to I, until you get the comma. Then that's like for I. So then we would say, let C equal V as char. Again, relying on that it must be UTF-8. Not even UTF-8, it needs to be ASCII. can't use non-ASCII. Anyway, and then data.push C. then it's like, well, I guess it's if C equals, so when we serialize this, are you the one that puts the comma on the end? I don't think you are. We can also go back to here and be like, what exactly do we expect you? Because we have the serialize tests. When we serialize the opaques, there's no expectation of the comma on the end, so I guess we don't return end of file. We just okay, data then. If you get to the end of the file, just return what you found so far. Then we iterate through everything that you've just picked up, and we say, hey, let's C be if C it's not equals well, we do know that, but we need to do the stack. So we're like, let mute stack equals vec new. It's the same thing we did on the name thing. Kind of the annoying part about it, just with like slightly different rules. Right, I call it char. Okay. So we match char. Don't bother popping. You apparently need seek as well, because again, we need to seek back what's left. I don't think we care about first in this particular situation. We always want to capture the first byte. So, I mean, if we skipped the first, we would skip this. And so your name is well, then we don't even break, we just return okay data. Wait, that's not how this works. That's not how you work. Okay, I don't think you need this at all. So it's if opening brace push on nest stack. If closing brace and last equals open, pop off nesting stack. So then it's this, but again, this doesn't actually happen because that was for the naming. So then it's like this, or this. If stack dot is empty, return okay data. Unreachable. Oh, apparently it's actually a loop. Okay. So we get to here and we say, hey, return data. We get to here, we say, hey, return data. So we say, data.push char. Right. And then again, we don't. Oh no, we do. We get to here and we say self.file.seek seek from current I minus I64 minus I64, which is to say seek back far enough not to catch that. I actually think this might need to be a +1, but we'll find out as it goes and seeks through. Okay, right. So now when I run this test, am I going to get a result? All right. Well, apparently it passed, which is concerning. Because that means it never hit DeSerializer opaque. That is concerning. Okay, so how? Oh, because it's the serialize. Yeah, no, sorry. It's the SERD opaque. And this one. Okay. So that did say it said not yet implemented. Turn 2 into I32. And it actually gave me the data. So I think if I got to debug print that, and it'll actually put parentheses around it, but it's saying turn, and it's :02, which does imply that skipping the last byte would also probably work. Anyway, we need to go like, how did we serialize this? We effectively just run it in reverse. So again, don't care about the name. But because again, running it in reverse, we're undoing everything we did, which is equals if well, I guess it's just let data equal data.trim char, which is then char dot is white space for char dot okay, so that gives us our data here. And then we say, hey, reg, which is self.reflect. Okay, so then we need to reflect deserialize. The error. And then you say, hey, this isn't. So apparently opaque not SERD can just be a static string. That's fun. It gets to stay static stir because you already know what type it is because you've already got the type info whenever you need it. Anyway, so then this is DeSerializer, which is telling me to run DeSerializer. No. Interesting. I do wonder if I could pass it the bytes and get it to do it. Anyway, we would go new, and then it's data. Okay, okay. From stir data, expect to get ROM D. Alright. So honestly, I have no idea why from string would fail. Is more my question. So from string calls from string, like it's literally not possible, right? Yeah. All right, cool. DeSerialize. So yeah, you then be giving me my box. So I want to like be like, well, you can get over V. Reflect movement display, but I'm almost certain reflect movements debug. Yeah, okay. So I guess we can print we can print line this because basically doesn't matter if it's returning the type anyway. We do want to like a RON error in our DeSerialize stuff because then we can propagate these up. It's just a little bit weird that it's, we're using RON rule, but anyway. RON failed to DeSerialize from RON D error. So you can convert, but you can't. Okay. And turn string into RON DeSerializer. Right. So now when we run the test, it should spit out all of them, I guess. I do wonder if the RON's going to yell at me for like trailing white space or something like that. But now my concern is it's not going to hit the commas or spaces or something. So it did spit out that turning 2 into 2, turning 2 into 2, turning 2 into 2, and then it panicked on opaque, not cert 30. Correct. Wait, you don't have. Oh wait, no, it's 30, isn't it? Wow. The 30 test doesn't have the same override as this one. So you're effective with the same concept of what repo at the beginning. We do that with all of them, but I'm a bit lazy. So you serialize and then you let result. Honestly, I can't be bothered working out how to make that actually like a reasonable thing. It's just more like you're not allowed to fucking serialize and deserialize. I think the way to do it would be to make it so that you can declare that this should fail, this COD should fail. Why you don't specify. Anyway, so stop there, but then string should work. Char should work. Tuple should work. True false should work. You know what I'm concerned about is entity, because entity is going to be like, no. All right, so and again, it's because r.register entity. So turn 2 into 2, 2 into 2, 2 into 2 into string 2, char into char 2, and then no type found 0 to 4. Which one failed then? That's repo. Oh, okay. Wait, you're saying no type found. Right, I'll put you at the bottom then. Probably still going to crash on it because I didn't move it after I started the compiling. Yeah, right, let's try again. The only thing I can think with that one. No, actually, I don't have any idea why that would. Oh, because you're not opaque. So that's fucking weird, to be honest. Why is that such a big number? It's clearly reversible. It goes one way and goes back, but it's just strange to me that 3 turns into this, which is from bit 3. It's very strange. So they're all working except you, because you're not actually unit, you're struct. And not entirely sure why you're panicking where you are in terms of you're saying that you failed to find the type. No type found. But you are actually finding the type. You should be finding the type. Start 0 and 4. That is interesting. Right. I guess the next thing to check would be the enum's 30, because they should panic as soon as it tries to do the enum part. But I'm curious if it. Yeah. So it also said not found 061, but Do we know what that should look like? Right, this is 61 characters, I think. I don't know. 70. That's actually slightly confusing. Why is it not? Oh, it's probably that it's getting the new lines and return fucking characters. So 71, there's 10 lines. So yeah, that's the difference between this and this is that this has return, carriage returns in it. So yes, it is getting this. No type found. So it's getting this and it's not finding a type, but is it not finding a type because it's getting to here and it's failing to find a type? Or is it that it's actually a fucking issue in this code? Which, I mean, would actually make a lot of sense. So which of you is returning? Okay. Can I get you to print line sound and then name? I'm trying to work out if it's actually getting stuck trying to find the type, or if it's getting like it's just because it's hitting an error somewhere else and that's the type that's bubbling up. Because it's never hitting here, which means it's actually never getting past here, which means it is getting stuck in here. But why is it getting stuck in here? So it is in fact collecting every single character. Okay. So when you hit an opening, when you do this, can we go print line plays debug? DVG stack. Interesting. So my suspicion is that the stack is never getting emptied completely, like it's leaving behind something. That or because no, because it doesn't. So you reckon that the stack consists of open. Yes, that would explain it. So not extract ron blob. The ron blob does in fact need to go am I in a string and work accordingly. But anyway, we'll get there. Get type. All right, so I just clicked what's wrong here. Is that we check if last is equal to char. Which is not actually the correct thing to do. What about ASCII table? I'm just curious because if they're all like literally next to each other, like if open and close are always, so you open and then it's always one more to close, then we could literally just add one. The answer is no, because they decided to fucking split the less than and greater than symbols. Also, why are these pictures all super low resolution so you can't read them? Like open parentheses does. Square bracket doesn't. Square bracket is 2 apart, which is, I don't know why they do that. Curly brace is also 2 apart. So ironically, parentheses is the only one that you can't do this to. Which is honestly kind of funny. Because all of them are 1 apart except parentheses. Anyway. So if you're this character, if you're this, you become this, comma, that, and then everything else just becomes itself. So you become you, you become you, you become you. Right. Compile have the best chance of that, and then we go recip. There's like no way it can const it, but I'm just like, oh, sorry, it's the other way, isn't it? We're saying if it is, well, I guess that would be the faster way, wouldn't it? So we'd say, hey, if you equal char, but then when you push, it's recip char. So we push your closing, and then we pop your closing, which means that now when we run our test, because I was checking to make sure the last character was the character. Yeah. So now you should at least get stuck on an unwrap result, unwrap error on error, type not registered, test enum3. Well, it is. Oh, don't tell me it's test enum space 3. I'm gonna hate that. Why am I? I think I'm just blanket removing all white space. Yeah, okay. If is white space and first. Okay. So now we won't strip white space. If if you're not the first char. Like, we'll strip leading white space. All right, so now we're panicking at not implemented yet, which is to deserialize an array. All right. Self dot deserialize array info. Right, so we're gonna go like this extracts a ROM blob. Okay. We go up here and we go like mod the array. Okay, and then we say simple array. Deserialize array. All right, and then we're just going to say I can't even do an error. Guys, return result. No. So we would return okay. Right. We don't have V. Right. That. So when we run this one, which actually I believe means that we get to put back our unit. Should now work again. So where did you actually crash? You didn't even compile. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, because I haven't changed your input type to being array. Array. Okay, and then please, and we go back to here, and we go. I'm sorry. Well, we can see if the opaque works. It should. And then because we're not going to change any of the data, these don't need to be recompiled, which means I can just run the other one. And it runs immediately, hopefully. All right. Nope, this one failed because not yet implemented. So that's obviously it's trying to deserialize a struct, and it doesn't have a struct. Right. So you're saying that false 30 enum. Some false, some true. Okay, fair enough. So it's trying to turn this piece of string, which is exactly what I want, into this. Okay. So this is the array. Now, the annoying thing with the array is that we effectively want to have like a deserialize sequence. Because the array is obviously extracting the correct blob information. So well, I guess that's the issue, is you don't call extract blob. Well, I guess you would. Because we've extracted it out here. The thing is that I would not want to extract it here. I want to call this how does the serialized sequence work? It's going to be under arrays. The serializing sequence takes in the item type info and the length. Because what I'd want to do is say, hey, when you get to here, instead of doing this, we want to say, well, you can just return that. That's fine. We would say info, no, self dot deserialize sequence, and then info dot item info. How do I serialize the array? Obviously do something to deal with the fact that item info doesn't necessarily item info, okay, or type not registered. Okay. Okay, so it'll be like self deserialize sequence. Oh wait. No. A fixed size list reflecting bays. This differs from a dynamic list in that the size of the dynamic array is constant, whereas a dynamic list can have items added or removed. This isn't to say that a dynamic array is immutable. Its items can be mutated. It's just that the number of them cannot change. See, I think the issue is that I want a dynamic list. Except that I'm almost certain that a dynamic list, when you say it might be possible to apply it. Create new. Oh no, create name, not sorry. No, that's not right. I'm gonna say like default. And then we say array dot set represented type. Self dot no info dot item info. No, it would be so that's the info of the item. Type info. So represented type. Represented type info list. So it does need to be an array. Suck. I mean, not necessarily, actually. Let's go with a dynamic list default. Then we don't have to set as type. We can deserialize sequence into maybe it would actually be a list item, which is a type info and not a capacity. I guess you would return a result size D error. Okay, so we say deserialize sequence. As partial reflect? Oh, no. Damn it. I just realized I can't do as a list because otherwise, again, dynamic arrays are not lists. So then we would say array.as partial reflect mu. Type not registered. So you return that. If len does not equal info dot capacity, enough items, and then it would be len info.capacity. Okay, fucking not enough items. Error. Found items in expected no, God, brain, come on. Can't spell, can you? Not enough items. All right, so the issue I have here is that we need to like be like self dot. We have the info. We don't have the type data. We've only got type info. So we need to say like let self dot registry dot get info dot type ID. Dot expect has from reflect. Actually don't know if it will have from reflect, but anyway. Reflect from reflect. Type data that represents the from reflect trait that allows it to be used dynamically. From reflect allows dynamic types such as dynamic struct to be converted into their full concrete types. This is most important when it comes to deserialization, where it is not guaranteed that every field exists when trying to construct the final outcome. However, to do this, you normally need to specify the exact concrete type. Okay. In a dynamic which type must not be known in a dynamic context where the type might not be known at compile time, this is nearly impossible to do. This is why this type data struct exists. It allows us to construct a full type without knowing what the actual type is. Okay. From reflect. Right, that's what you're saying you do, yeah? So we go and we say, hey, from reflect, and then we pass in reflected. Because I can't set the represented type, which is funny. Because as soon as I set the represented type, is going to panic because it's not a list. But I have no idea if from reflect is actually going to work. But we can then just pass in array. The from reflect only returns options. Okay, that's fine. Dot okay, or d error from reflect failed info dot type dot short path. No variant associated. Yep. Okay. From reflect failed, which is a static string. Wait, what? No, static string was correct. Error. Convert. Representation. Okay. So I add that to the dictionary. Yeah, I fucking did. Wait. Don't add that word to the dictionary. Okay. Failed to convert dynamic representation to concrete type. Now, it's probably going to panic anyway because again, it's a list. Do you have the item? So that's the thing, is that you have the ROM blob. So effectively, I need to seek until I get to like the opening parentheses. Is the tricky thing here? I'm just fucking around with my other monitor. So I need to like seek until we hit the square bracket. Because that's the annoying bit, is that at a certain point, I'm going to know that I'm doing this. I feel like the array should just do the array. I just can't think how to do it, like recursively, so that it's not a bitch to try and implement. So we take the sequence and then because that's the annoying thing. It's like it would be very easy if I could just pass in like you extract this data. I mean, the easiest thing. Like legitimately the easiest thing. Because how do you work? So I can't think. So what I want to do, because of how I want to do it, is I would like to be able to just pass. Like if legitimately, if I could just say like data and data was just it's just a reference to a string, and then we would say, hey, data extract ROM blob. Like, and you just pass in the data like that. Except again, to keep the like recursiveness of it, we would want to like extract ROM blob, and then say that that just takes in, because I don't think I'm using anything on you, so you would just take in data, which is a reference to stir, and then you just return so we can get rid of the whole loop and everything, and okay, and we say get rid of the loop, we get rid of the buffer, we get rid of the if r. And you just go like I cannot work this out. So when you pass in the extract ROM blob, it's going to look like this. Well, okay, theoretically you would trim the ends off of it. Because they effectively want to cut that, which is effectively if you hit a comma or a closing parenthesis. Okay, so it is just that. So the idea is that you get rid of the buffer, you have the stack, we have data. Alright, so data comes in, we say data dot char indices instead like let first equal wait, what am I doing? I guess it's like data equal data dot trim. Then we iterate through and we go, okay, every time you hit a square or you're inside of something or a curly brace. I need to do the quotes as well, but the stack gets the char pushed. Reciprocal of match C, so it stops complaining. The reciprocal, push the reciprocal of C. Okay. If opening brace, push the nest. If closing brace match, pop one of the nested. If stack lasts equals C, stack dot pop. If you hit one of these, and the stack is empty, return okay, data dot lit at I. What does split at I return? Yep. Okay. So if it opens, push that onto the reciprocal stack. If it closes and it matches the last one on the stack, pop it off the stack. I don't even know if this is necessary. Like, I'm only doing this so that you don't accidentally have like a closing brace of a different type pop off, like one where it's not supposed to. Like that would be a formatting error. And if you hit one of these needs to be curly brace, thank you. If you hit a square bracket, one of these brackets, or a curly bracket, or a comma, and while the stack is empty, return splitting at that midpoint. Okay. So this one effectively gets the blob out of the file, which is not necessarily the best way of doing it. And then we pass in the data like that. And then we say, we deserialize the sequence. So I'm going to just start and do things with asserts because I just want to make sure. So assert. All right, first off, let's trim that. So let data equal data.trim. Well, There's a trim prefix. Yeah, I don't want to do that. All right, so trim it and then assert data dot starts with and data dot ends with. Right, because I could throw errors. It's just I'm getting so tired. I don't want to add errors. We'll add errors as we go. So like we'll add errors like tomorrow or whatever when these asserts start annoying me that they're crashing all the time. So it's like let data, so trim that, and so if we get to here, that means we can say that let data equal data 1 dot data dot len -1. Right. So effectively we're saying it starts and ends with square brackets, trim them off, otherwise you've made a mistake. We then want to say while okay, block rest equals super extract ron blob data. Okay, wait a minute. Loop. Super extract ron blob data. Otherwise bubble it up. Right. I do have questions about whether rest will ever end up being like empty. Okay. So we would then want to say right, like where I'm getting really lost. Yeah, we can call DeSerialize string. No, my annoyance with it is that I think it restarts the whole fucking thing. But anyway. Deserialize items. X in self data, which is a yeah, it makes more sense to do it this way anyway. An info, which is a reference to the type info, which then return the result box dine reflect d. Right, so this does this. And we go, hey, deserialize. Match info. Yeah, I feel like I can't fuck this one up. I feel like I don't actually want to give you the string. I just want to keep recursively passing the string down. So let's say that this is not how this works. So when you call deserialize, no, so you would get the reader. When you call deserialize on this, I don't necessarily want to read to a string. But then again, like get type. Right, so this shouldn't be on dinfo. You have the deserialize. And also get type. Never mind. Getting out of hand. When you call deserialize, it gets the type. It then says let data equal self.extract rom blob. Right. Then we say self.deserialize. Okay. Well, that would make a little bit of sense. So this is, if you call deserialize on this thing, right, they're calling deserialize on you, then calls deserialize string on you, which passes in data and also registry dot type info. Oh god, I'm getting tired. What the fuck do I keep doing? So you. Okay. You turn a type. And then you return an optional. Wait, it was already returning type info? When did I change that? Yeah, okay. Okay, so then you turn so you self-deserialize the string, which takes in the data and the registration. And then down here, with the data, we match which of these it is. And we pass in data and then the info. we go to DeSerializer array, and then we say data. Like so, and we say like, oh, yeah, you don't need to do this. You just pass the data down to here, and then this trims off the extra information. Possibly. Unclear. Okay. Then we go back to this, and we say instead of doing this bullshit, you just take data in directly, which is a stir. Okay. Alright. So now we go back to the array. When we get to here, I feel like the array should just do its own thing instead of trying to delegate to the sequence. Like, unless you, instead of taking in data, took in a I don't know. Because I feel like this should take in an iterator of blocks, which are the strings, and then should convert them and return a like a vector. Yeah, I don't know. So you take in this string, and then we say loop, and we go extract block, and then we say let mute found equals 0, and we assert that yes, you don't want to pass in data. You want to say well, that's interesting. I guess we just call you data then. And then we go here and we say, hey, data equals rest. At the bottom here, it's like if rest equals rest is empty, return okay found. Okay. And then the next thing would be to say let v equals self dot deserialize stir, where we pass in block and the item. You propagate that up. Found plus equals 1, and then into dot Well, we could just not do that. And we could just say that you return... When you deserialize a sequence, you just return a vector of box dine box dine reflect okay, and then we say something like found dot push v, and if rest empty, return that, and then we say if found, we don't pass you in anymore, and then it's found dot len does not equal capacity. Okay. Now I suspect this is going to yell at me that it's ref okay. Missing items. Are you saying that you're more concrete than that? The fuck? Into boxed slice. Right. And what the fuck are you bitching about? What you need? You need a dine partial reflect. You suck. Dynamic? Alright. That's saying that they can't do partial. VV dot into partial reflect. Right, so you need to do this bit. F dot into boxed slice. That's really annoying that I can't. I'm just going to hope that that doesn't actually matter. It might though. Anyway, do you check at all? No. All you check is that when I do tell you you are a type, you make sure that it's an array. Something's returning plus dynamic now. Plus static going. Well, it's you, isn't it? No. You DeSerialize sequence. You DeSerialize sequence. Who the fuck's tripped up? What is returning the wrong type? Oh, it's because R is you deserialized. When I call deserialize and you go through this and read out the blob. Then you extract the wrong blob, and then you self dot deserialize string with the type info. And in deserialize string, we take in the type info, we match it, and then we pass it to the corresponding thing. So inside of the array, we then pass it down to you, and then we say, hey, can you deserialize string? And then this pushes back up a vector of deserialized strings. So if I SERDI this, it should panic at not implemented deserialize enum. Yes, not yet implemented. Okay. Self deserialize enum. Okay, like mod d enum. Well, I guess we go again. Wait, I don't even think you need this. You can literally just be T because we don't use it anymore. I don't think it uses it at all, but fine, we have to leave it because other shit is doing stuff. Right, we're like from there up, go into deserialize enum, put this back, and then just change the word array to enum. enum info, like so. All right. I want to now panic enum. Well, I guess don't panic. Just print line enum and then return OK 0. So everything, because it'll print out, and it should print out all the different enums when I do that. So then you need to pass in data and enum info. So it should print out 3 separate bits of enum. No, I guess it's box new 0. So it'll fail the test, but it should print out that it actually attempted them all, and I'll be able to see that it is trying with the correct blocks of data, and then I'm not somehow butchering the data that I'm passing in. Because there's no point trying to deserialize it if it turns out that my attempt to do so is stupid. So running. Oh, this is not even the enum one. So it never ends because it never detects that the enum string is empty. Who passes the empty string in your piece? My bet is that when I extract the ROM block, it's not your responsibility, it's yours. No. Where do I pass it down? Someone passes it to you. Clearly not you. You. Because the array does it. And then we say, hey, if rest is empty, it's not rest, it's data. Because we set data here, and it's going to be data is going to be rest.trim. Because my suspicion, and we'll do it for this time, is that it's got like a single spacebar or something, or maybe an enter. No, it can't be an enter. But like, there's a piece of white space that wasn't getting cleaned, and therefore it was never empty, but it was also never splitting. And well, it should have. Okay, so he's getting empty strings. So why are you not doing that? So you called the serialized string with item, and that's obviously calling enum. Is enum then calling itself? No, because it's just returning an item. So you get into here. There's deserialize array. We're just like never getting out of the deserialize array, which means we're stuck in this loop, which is that data is never empty. But we are passing empty data in. That's interesting. So that is basically saying that go here and be like print line it's for debugging purposes. I'm gonna do it for like 2 seconds. I need to know if data.split at I is actually returning what I think it's returning. Because if it's always returning like the whole thing and the rest is always empty, but that doesn't make any sense because I'm literally checking if data is empty, so it has to be getting stuck in a loop somewhere else. Yeah. So I'm passing in empty, but rest is containing. So why is it not containing the letter C? Well, okay. It's in this loop here. We say block is equal to this. Rest is equal to this. So I think it's getting the first enum. Right. So this being the rest of the data, that is correct. It needs to one dot dot, because the implication is that rest returns whatever caused it to end. Okay, if rest, and then do that down here, because that means that this would cause it to crash if rest happened to be empty. So we're going to say, hey, if rest is empty, return found. Otherwise, set data to rest minusing 1, trimming everything off, which would then get rid of all this. And it should leave the end because, yeah, right. Let's do it. So basically, once it found that comma, the other option is to, instead of fixing, yeah, okay, so instead of fixing it there, because that would need every single one, I need to effectively say that you're not allowed to have a leading trim starting matches, which is going to be like char dot is white space or it's a comma. So that's smarter long term because of the fact that, like, and then don't do that, just say that that equals rest. That's smarter long term because it means that I don't need to remember to do that every single time that I call anything that uses the thing, because it effectively says, hey, commas, if you start with a comma, just ignore it. All right, we'll go to our test and run the test. Come on. So it said C. So it did an enum C, enum struct. But interestingly, it didn't do an enum tuple, which means I'm a little bit too aggressive on when I'm bailing out, I guess. Well, that's actually odd because we clearly got block. Extract. So you're printing out. Oh, it never hit a closing. Right. So then you would just return. If you get to the end of the file, you return OK. Data, comma, empty string. Alright, so that should spit out all three of them, C, struct, and tuple. Okay, so enum. So it's running block C, running block struct, and then running block tuple. Okay, that's good. So when we say that, then these get passed up. That means that each of these enums now says it's doing its enum, which is good. Well, this is basically the same as extract and name. I believe. So maybe I can just call that. Just work out where the hell that is first. So it's in here somewhere. Like get type. That's like this logic here. Well, my curiosity is more like if I I'm trying to mentally map out if it's reasonable to say that when I call extract block, if it returned everything up to the first open and then everything after the first open, I don't think that's a good idea because it's a bit weird. Because at the moment it's actually returning exactly what I want. Maybe we do this in the enum thing and we just say extract enum. I feel like my issue with this is other things are going to need this too, but maybe it's just enums that need this. Extract enum. And it's going to return result, which is going to be a stir D error, like so. And we just paste this in and go, this is how the other one is. So I'm getting really annoyed at this thing fucking constantly deciding that it wants to work differently. Alright, so we don't need to do like if r equals 0 and red and all that. So this is all dumb shit about running out of file space. Next is running out of file space. Name is name, but also don't care. So this would be block dot char, is it chars? Okay. So like let char and then if chart is white space and first continue. Don't push name. Match the char. Don't do the weird fucking seek bullshit. I don't know what I'm missing. Like, guess would be an extra. No, because it reckons that that's correct. So I'm just going to call you C. I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to say C is white space and first. Continue. C. Rep C. Well, I'm just going to say, because I don't think you can put these in names. I don't even need to do this. I can just say block dot split once, and then the pattern is C char. C equals that, or C equals that. Okay, or I mean, you literally cannot fail. So you just do that. Split enum, and then it's unwrap or block, comma, empty string. Alright. Then we go here and we say, hey, so let variant name data equals split enum block like so. Oh, data, sorry. Data. Right, and then we say info dot get variant variant at is an ID based one, variant length, variant names contains variant. Okay. So error unknown brain. Why do you always need to spell everything correctly? You know you can't spell. Unknown variant So we go back to here and we say, hey, or here, unknown variant, and then it's info dot type dot short path, and then string from name. Ah. I don't know if I can do this very easily, but the idea would be that we say info. Is there like a dynamic enum? New? Wait, what? Well, no. The more obvious thing to do would be to go dynamic enum did not implement reflect. Okay, that's interesting. Dot. Right. I don't think there's any way using the info to make one. Wow. How does attribute get attribute? What are these attributes? Alright, if we go back to dynamic enum, does dynamic enum tell me how to fucking turn it into an enum? Hmm. Mm-hmm. So your name is name, and you're a what did you say this had to be? Dynamic variant unit. Okay. And then we say let no. self.registry. Get type data info.typeid. I can the error from reflect. Okay. So from reflect failed, and it's going to say type short path. Getting too long. Not type information. From reflect from reflect. fr dot from reflect. Okay, or okay, I need to fucking fix this shit. Alright. We need to go self dot from reflect info dot type ID and then reference. So this bit stays to R. Well, R dot as partial reflect. Right, then we go back up to here. We go inside of like this main weird ass fucking loop. Import info d takes in self ID, which is a type ID, and then from, which is a reference to a dyne partial reflect, and this should return an option boxed dyne reflect. God, it's getting tedious. Then we say do this. Oh wait, so this is a result. The error. So this one failed to convert, and then this is no. Oh, sorry. No from reflect. Nope, don't do that. From reflect. Okay. So from reflect, and then it's not type ID, it's just ID. Okay, fuck you. This is a type then, and we say ID dot no. Annoying. See, because at this point it's an enum info, which means that sure we have access to the fucking type ID. Where is that coming from? Ah, type.id. So it is type that I want to be passing in. ID.id, and then ID.shortName, and this is no from reflect. And then fr from reflect ID.shortName. Wait, that's not where you go. You go here, and you. This is just T. And then here we go from reflect from. Right. So right. So it's fr from reflect from reflect. Okay, go back up to our enum and go, okay, so you do this, and then you return okay. Sorry, you only get a reference to the type, so my bad. Right, you don't get to go okay, you just now pass that directly up. Okay. Honestly, no idea what even inside this data. I think it's just the name, isn't it? Wait a second. That implies, I'm fairly sure, that I can get things like from reflect from these custom attributes. Maybe. Whatever. So so you, my friend, would be something like dynamic enum new name dynamic variant struct. That's annoying. Because that implies that I need to have like a way of getting a dynamic struct. Well, actually, I think that's how I do the serialization as well, don't I? Is that there's like a serialized struct tuple, which then says serialized fields and then serialize named fields. So we would need to go wherever the hell named fields is. That's apparently under enum. So apparently I just like to do enums first. Deserialize. Fields, which again takes in self. I don't think it even needs mute self. That's the fun part, because I'm no longer touching the underlying self. But anyway, and then we take in data, which is a stir, and info, which is a. I don't actually know what type of information this takes in, because this gives me struct variant info, which is a pain in the ass because it's ever so slightly, if not exactly the same as. But I think, again, the name we don't care about. Field names we don't care about, because named fields, in theory, contains the field names. So, lots of redundant data here. Field indices. Again, don't actually care about that. So, it's literally just we pass in an array of what is it called? You suck. They're called name fields. Fields. Name fields. And then this would return us a dynamic struct, because I hate you. Say like let s equal self.deserialize fields, where we pass in data and the fields, which is struct variant info dot. Annoying. I wonder if there's a way to get it some other way. I just need it to stop throwing red lines everywhere. Can we go down to here and say to do so that you stop throwing errors when it's not actually an error? Right. So we deserialize this, which again, you should actually return a result. You return either a dynamic struct or a D error, because you either succeeded or you didn't, and then we say to do. You shut the fuck up. So you either return a dynamic struct or you don't. And then we say dynamic variant struct dynamic struct. And we say so get here, and we return that. And then we say s. Okay. That's what annoys me so much, is that I need to be able to do this. I need access to this, and the only way to get access to this is to fucking iterate this, because there's no way to access the underlying thing. You don't have deref, there's no... I don't think anything gives me access to this. I can get access to the names of the fields. I can access each field individually. But because this is implemented for the struct variant info, I can't like make this versatile for either of them. So annoying. Anyway. So we do that. I do wonder if this custom attributes could be used a little bit more effectively. But anyway, we have you, we have you. And then we say that you are, and then we say self dot from reflect info dot type and r dot as partial reflect. Oh, don't even do that. Just that. Okay, so that returns that, which means that we are now stuck in here as in terms of like when we would crash. But I'm going to do that as its own, like sort of like a little thing. Because theoretically, you're going to be exactly the same as this one, except it's going to be tuple variants here to collect, and then you would call so apparently call it fields. So then you would return a dynamic tuple. Dynamic deserialized tuples. You want an unnamed field. Worst. I could even make this better in that I could maybe iterate through and then anyway, it doesn't fucking matter because I just want to make them the same so that I don't have to worry about doing it twice. So this says it's a dynamic tuple, and then this says it's a tuple, and then we pass in s. So these all work except they get to here and then they fail, and so that means that it's just in here. So we pass in the data and the thing. So when we deserialize well, we should just call you struct. So if we're gonna do this, we'll do like struct. Right. So the first thing you need to do is strip out your map. So you need to be like data equals a data.strip. No, not strip. Trim. Right. Then we want to, like, again, because I'm too lazy, we're going to assert data.starts with and data.ends with I think that key's upside down on my keyboard. Hilarious. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's why I kept fucking that up. It's because I kept seeing it and being like, it's upside down. And with that, you don't hear about to do. Anyway. So, then we say let data equal reference to 1.data.len minus 1. Oh, data. Right. So we've stripped off the beginning and the end. This should really be in DeSerializer struct, but anyway. Place that shit up there, place this shit down here. Yeah, okay. Just because now I can be all like fn split field, which is going to be something like block that returns it's just like self dot block dot split once. There you go. Like loop. And we say you make data mutable so I can override it. And we say let block equals so block rest equals super extract from block from data question mark. And then we say we do something and then we say let me let I do not want to be bothered trying to propagate errors at the moment. So block rest field block. Right, and then down here it's like if rest dot is empty, return construct with dynamic. Struct. Okay, if you get down to here, then you can say that data equals rest. Okay, this to do apparently is never reachable. Good. Okay, so we get the fields, and then we say okay. Get did a find I should pass it as a hash map. Anyway. Named field. Named field has something like info. Wait, oh no, because I'd have to pass in the actual fucking struct to have that. Has attribute. Get attribute. Type info. Legitimate can be bought. I'm so tired. I just want this to work. Let v equals self dot DeSerialize with the data being block and the info being that. You can propagate that up, and then otherwise we say dynamic struct dot insert field and v. Oh, you don't like that one because t needs to be implement partial reflect. Insert boxed. Okay. So that would loop through each of the fields. I feel like you should pass it as a hash map because then it's like at least reasonably quick to look up instead of having to search every single fucking field every single time. But anyway, so what we do to rubber duck it is we come in, we say data.trim, get rid of any white space. We then make sure it starts with the curly braces. We then remove the curly braces. We set up our struct, and then we loop through, and we say, hey, extract the next block. The next block should be, in between the braces, the field, colon, and then the data. All right, we go to here. It's extract. So it should be field, colon, data. And so when we extract the next, so we've got like all this, I think. Oh, that's interesting because that does not seem correct. Oh no, it's complex. So this is our data. So we come to complex and we go, hey, so we've got this, then we've removed that, so we've got here. So we're going to start, and hopefully the next block should return this. and then we go, hey, it's an int, and it's 0, and then the next block should return this. It's a stir. It's stir is the name, and it has its data and float, and it keeps doing that. Why? What? Okay, it got confused because I removed the one from here but didn't tell it. Can I get rid of this and then say you just always return OK dynamic tuple. The idea of always returning OK dynamic tuple is that theoretically we can run our test and it should fail, like actually when it goes to this comparison at the end, rather than also we put this one on top. We should also again like test each one individually, rather than doing this like testing all three, because at least this way I can know that this works, and then know that it crashes here. So where exactly did it fail? What did it print out when it failed? It's gonna almost certainly said, ooh, assertion failed, data starts with and ends with. Who called DeSerialize structs? Gotta run that again, because I don't actually know what data was passed in. I'm assuming an empty string. Like something went wrong. Stack is do. Okay, well that's incorrect. Found test enum C. Why did your stack fuck up? You should have never pushed to close. Oh, it's probably saying that actually that's probably debugging saying the stack is empty, not. Okay. They have to find type. So who called that? My bet is that when we serialize an enum, we don't put the colon. Right, so that's a weird serialize. So let's put that in our serialized test and go when I serialize an enum, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go like serialize test. Serialized test works by saying like repo, comma, or is it like, I think it's an opaque. So we have to say, and then what it should look like. So test enum B, and then it should look like test enum B. So my suspicion is that we don't You're getting upset because I didn't clone it wherever I used it last to clone. Right. So now when I run this test, it'll fail on that, and it'll tell me that it actually didn't put the double colons in, which means that when we serialize an enum, it's the same as like when we serialize opaque, we say if true. Wait, also shouldn't it be? If true, like, because otherwise that's implying that we skip over the error if it fails to serialize the name. So it's more like, okay. So we go back to enum and we say if some name I mean, it kind of makes me want to go like opaque. Do that. Because then like the implication is that we declare them like enums. It's not really the idiomatic way of doing it, but it is interesting in the sense. Where's my tests in here? When we test opaques, so it would actually be again, you're not actually, and then you shouldn't work. So if we run this test, it should pass because again, they're and char. Sorry, it should fail on char. So cancel that, please. So that's what it should look like, except it'll fail to re-extract them. But if that's what they look like, I can just modify the thing to assert that the last thing on the stack is one test. That came out okay. Because something tells me that when I extract the blocks, where do I do that? In here? No, it's the other extract block. I don't know where I do it anymore. When we get the type. Yeah. So we say if it's this, if stack is empty and not first. So I was thinking what we can do is we can say I feel like I'm making a stupid exception just for that one thing. So when do we return? We collect the name. When do I break? That's, I guess, break scan. Right. So if this is the break, self.file seek break scan means it's if we can get into here. So I'm going to be like, if it's colon, if it tells me that I can't get to here, I can't get to like this one. No, okay. So because they have conditions after them, it's saying it is possible. So if colon, if stack dot len equals 1 and stack dot last equals sum a reference to, oh, this is a reference, isn't it? Oh, god damn it. So if you hit a colon, if the stack's length is equal to 0, is equal to 1, and the last thing on the stack is also 1, no, honestly, it's probably actually just better to say that the enum just does a single and a space, and then the opaque just does a single and a space, and then we go back and modify our examples, because it just says enum and it says b, because we're only doing it when it's like effectively not, when it's ambiguous. Like, so the idea is that I'm not actually trying to replicate the Rust way of looking. We go back to doing all of these. I'm doing all of these. Okay, and then where's the other one? To fix the. So you should look like that, right? So now when I run this, you should pass because that's what it should print. It should serialize the enum to say test B. I think. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so yeah, so it passed, and then I'm just gonna make sure that all these pass. Yep, okay. So I haven't broken anything. That means we can go back to running this and seeing where you fail. Where did you fail? You failed at unknown So not that, it's d enum name. Where do we get the name from? We split enum, and the way that it splits the enum is to say if you then trim it. No, okay. So we have to be like block dot trim matches, because again it's kind of relying on the fact that C char C dot is white space for C equals. It's relying on the fact that there is no valid enum name that contains a colon. So the idea is that when we drop it into here, it's like, hey, trim off all the white space and also all the colons that begin at the beginning. But then again, that does kind of imply that maybe this colon stripping should be done by the thing that gives me the block. But anyway, it's all getting a little out of hand at the moment. Okay, so go back to here, and we go, okay, serialize enums. All right. So where did it go wrong? It says unknown test enum. Okay, first off, test enum is not your name. How did you get there with the words test enum intact? That is the better question. How did you get there with the words test enum intact? Because that implies that you pulled out test enum and then passed it to the fucking Where is it? So it's in here. So you pulled out. You got the type. Can I print mine? I guess DBG. Right. DBG data. Run that. So reference second data. So that'll tell me what the block looks like, because I feel like what's going wrong is that it's not detecting the enum type. Maybe it's going somewhere. No, your data is :C. How the fuck are you getting? Unknown variant. Yeah, test enum. Right, so you get this. You pass data, which is literally just called :C here. You have just the data :C. You got array, enum. You are not splitting the name properly. Your name name. I think that's what's going on, but I'm not entirely sure. But if it still gets it, that implies that when it calls the enum split, no, so it never got here. So it returned an unknown variant. Ah, okay. I guess we move our debug higher up because it's not you that's throwing unknown variant. So that's where it's getting. That's where it's getting this from. Is that it's saying that, and then it's stringifying it. So wow, I already know that name is wrong. So why is split enum? Ah, okay. I see why. Because we're returning block here, so we actually have to like let block equal. We have to trim it and then do it so that we return the trimmed version. I'm going to get rid of this because, again, like it's really clearly just returning that. Which means that now C is a valid variant. Don't know if struct's a valid variant, but so it said, hey, data C, and then, ooh, okay. Colon, struct, square bracket, 2. A, colon, 2. Yeah, so why did you not find all of it then? That's implying that it's not this extract rom blob, it's this extract rom blob. Why on this? So you got colon, is stack empty and not first. Okay. Oh. is first. Well, yeah, I guess that's what I was saying, is it's going to trim this off. That's where it's going wrong. It's saying, hey, the word struct, and then it's hitting this, and it's going, hey, that's an open, well, in this case, the parentheses, but it's saying, okay, why are you hitting the comma? It's clearly not this piece of code then. Oh, because yeah, because this is getting the type. I guess we can just leave that, but anyway. Who returns the data? Ah, it's extract rom blob. Extract rom blob is the one that's going wrong. So extract rom blob goes through and it says, hey, if it starts with a square bracket or a parentheses, do this, which is stack.push. Okay. Close bracket. Well, I mean, the obvious thing to do would be to go or a curly brace. You're also the same way you need to be the reciprocal of the char. I've got too much duplicate code. There's like 3 different places I do this. Okay. Okay, so it didn't make it, but it said so it did say that the data was struct all of the struct. And then it panicked here because somehow it clipped that curly brace. Now what got called first? What clipped that curly brace? DeSerialize struct. But clearly DeSerialize struct is coming from the enum because that's what we're working on. So you call split enum, and I'm assuming it's split enum that's fucking up. Yes. Split. So split once, but then it's chopping off the curly brace. Well, we already trimmed. I guess theoretically what you would want to do, no, because the whole thing is we're saying deserialize. Find mostly let's else return the brain. Right. So then we say block dot split app and then F. So that should maybe fix it, because that means that the split once consumes the symbol that it splits on, or the pattern that it matched. So I'm losing the curly brace. So instead I'm telling it to find the curly brace and then split where that curly brace is, which should keep the curly brace, I believe. If not, we can just subtract 1. So I did that, and then it turns 2 into 2 and turns 10 into 10. And then it goes, hey, tuple, and then it crashes because it doesn't know how to do tuples. But tuples are like exactly the same as structs, except they're not split. Not going into, so I should really close her. So I think it's in the enum, the tuple one is. So again, I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to put this in struct. It should really be in tuple, but anyway. So it's effectively exactly the same as this one, except we would say that you're a dynamic tuple. And instead you're like for f in fields dot iter. Well, I don't really care. We say block this. Data equals rest. So we say block. Oh god, it's annoying. Don't do this. We say field block split field. Don't do this. Let v self. Let v equals self deserialize stir. Block info type info unwrap. Oh, I put you like literally one line too low. Alright, and then it's like dyn struct dot insert v boxed. F. They should be the same, except instead of looking up the names, we literally just iterate through the list. Right, I think you're having the issue again where I didn't save this folder. All right, so struct variant, struct info. Then the other stuff gets really quick after this because we can already extract all struct stuff. We can already do all tuples, and we can like. Okay, so it still crashed, but why did it crash? Panicked at. But why? Oh. Yeah, that's because tuple is curly round braces, not curly braces. Does that fix it? Potentially. So we turn. Ooh, something about has from reflect. Ah, yes, because you're supposed to be first off, it's self dot from reflect info dot type and then array dot as partial reflect. What doesn't have from reflect? Probably just the array in general, because it's not a normal type. It doesn't derive reflect directly, so maybe it can't be from reflect. Possibly. So you panicked at no from reflect t test enum 3. So because it's not a normal like derive reflect, it doesn't get from reflect. Ew. I mean, presumably we can do a little bit of voodoo. I'm curious if that's actually what the attributes from reflect is about. How fuck am I ending up? I really need to call it at night because I am getting fucking lost. So it's here. So from reflect. What I'm thinking is we can also say because I'm curious if implementing something else would give it from reflect. Because I'm going to say if it failed, I guess it's like match. Please give me my things, and then go A, and then you just say okay, A. But on an error, I can make it match each individual particular error that we're like looking for when we try from reflect, but it's I do feel like it should log it somehow. Also, looks like my stream is fucking playing. Why you do this, YouTube? Well, I guess that really is time to end the stream. So we're gonna go array dot represent info what's the fucking, I think it's because I have the array information, and array information has type generic, but it doesn't have the type info. I guess it makes sense because that would actually be pointing at itself because it is the type info. That's fine. So how do we do that? I guess we are just going to do it like this, and then say info dot type. Already. The type of it of this type. It better actually be returning what I think it is. Okay, it's a macro, so it's almost certainly actually the right one. And then you can just say no, not you. We have to go to you, and then get info, which takes in self, and an ID, which is a type ID, and returns a option static type info, and we say self.registry.get type info ID. Box new. Right. But the idea is that it can effectively stay an array until it bubbles up a layer. So the idea is, unless you're specifically requesting an array, which I don't think you're allowed to make a component anyway, it at some point something will actually have a populated array it can fill. So it won't stay an array forever. Yeah, so basically this was just saying that, like, because it's not a normal type, you can't from reflect it because you can't get the default. It could also just be that because test enum, no, test enum has a default. I believe. I think I get test enum a default. I think it could be, yeah, it does. That it doesn't have a default and therefore it can't populate an array with the default value, but it does. So, where did you panic at? Test mod left does not equal right. Interesting. Why? What? Why is that a? These both need to be debugged, and then it needs to be T and V. T and V. I'm assuming it's just that the partial equal doesn't count them as being the same. The trait, what? T. What is T then? Oh, T is input, and then you're saying that. No, it should work because these have. Testing them doesn't have debug. Okay. What's testing them? I'm just trying to work out, because if it just says it's just dynamic type and then therefore not the same. Because I think the very first thing it does with a partial equal is compare, like, if they represent the same type. So I just want to know, like, are you actually spitting out assertion left doesn't equal right, failed. C struct 10 does not equal. Excuse me. Did you return an empty struct? The fuck? C struct tuple. 2, 10, 3, 15. Can did it clip it, or is it V? I don't get it. Partial reflecting. Alright, what if I swap them around? V does not equal T. Does that swap what side it's on? Because it'd be a bit weird, but it would at least explain, like, that it's not clipping it off, that it's actually just doing something strange with it. Yeah, it's okay. So it's either returning an empty vector. So T being the second one, T is the original. That means that the array is either empty okay, can we say, like, debug reference to array? Before I box it, does it work? I'm trying to work out if it's actually, like, extracting the data correctly. You collect, like, a vector of them. What? Excuse me, you did. Ah, fuck. So you're a dynamic array, and you have the values 10 at C struct tuple. So you're correct there, but you're just, like, somehow getting dissolved. Deserialize string. Wait a second, are the others working? Did I break the deserialized string? How did you even get? Oh, because you. They all seem to work. Okay, so what exactly is going wrong with you? Like, can you get to there? Hello. So you called me, like, right at the end of the stream. I'm, like, trying to wrap up. And I'm very scatterbrained at the moment, but welcome to the stream for however long until I can solve this, like, one specific bug, and have it resolved, and have it good night, you know. Okay, so you were saying that V equals nothing. It's got to be when I set a value. So if I set up here that array dot set represents type self dot get info, info type ID. All right, if I do that, and then we would just, oh, I bet it's because set type representation is returning unit, which is nothing. So I'm yeah, okay. So if we do that and then return array, ooh, so you can't return a boxed array because the array is not, you suck. Oh, you just go down here and be like, So from what I remember, partial reflect is effectively just reflect. It's just like less rigid, like you can't ask certain questions because it's like you don't actually know the underlying type. But like returning a partial reflect, in theory, you can turn a partial reflect into a reflect at any time, I believe. So the idea is if you want to serialize it, it has to be reflect, but if you want to deserialize it, it can be partial reflect. Excuse me, but what is your problem? Oh, because I'm declaring that type, which I don't actually need to do anymore. Come on. There we go. So did this fix it? There's our final test pass. Come on. All right. Hopefully the stream can hold itself together long enough. It's dropping like every frame ever. I just want to quickly go top and say run all tests, and then presumably every test will pass, and then I can call it a night. If some of the tests are broken, I'll probably still call it a night, but depends how frustrated I am about like the test specifically and how easy I think it'll be to fix. We hit it not yet implemented, which is I don't care. So as long as all bar one of the tests. So running 7 tests. The summary is that all the tests passed except one, which is just the one that requires structs to be implemented because I haven't done that yet. Well, not even structs, it's tuple structs. Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. All right, cool. Thank you all for tuning in. I will hopefully be streaming in tomorrow, finishing this up, hopefully. Because again, once you've got that sort of framework of recursive stuff done, like structs, I've already got structs able to be passed because it's part of passing enums, and tuples will be the same, and also tuple structs because it's just structs. Marker structs might need a little bit of a little tweak because they, again, like, I guess maybe not, because you can just check to see if it is 0, and then if it does, just continue. But that's about it. Like, once those are done, because, like, well, we can have a look here just quickly. One of these calls. So we do structs, which are basically done. They just need to be wired up. Tuples and tuple structs are basically done, just need to be wired up. Ooh, lists, maps, and sets. well, lists are basically done because they're just arrays that return the actual vector. So that they're basically done as you wired up. And then maps and sets, again, are probably going to be pretty straightforward because they're just tuples in disguise. I think you have to pass both sides of the argument, whereas it's a struct, you know that it's a string on the other side. But they're, again, like basically just structs, but slightly different. I really need to like make this code slightly more generic and then like re-implement a bunch of stuff. But that's for tomorrow or next stream. So thank you for tuning in.